It's fine. It'll be great.
I haven't slept in 2 years.
Trouble sure seems to like you. Hello everybody, happy Sunday, welcome QP, Parrotwise, VLAM and XCOM, and all the lurkers who are here, who have set their alarm clocks to wake up to not watch the very first Gothic stream in the world.
New critical hits most. Quiescent pandemonium just musted Nox. New critical hits most. Quiescent pandemonium just musted tactics. New critical hits most. Quiescent pandemonium just musted revenant.
Thank you for the
New
boost.
critical hits boost.
More
VLAM
boosts.
_ just boosted Stone Keep. New critical hits boost. VLAM _ just boosted Arx Fatalis.
There we go. Thank you for the boosts as well, QP and Willam. It's great to have all of you. We are starting a new game today, Critical Hits game number 24, Gothic, after much effort by all of you. It was nominated on September last year, so almost a full year before today. Almost to the day. By Nebuka, but was mostly boosted by Bogu, but also a lot of you as well. So today we are going to start Gothic. Gothic is going to be the first game which I am not already somewhat familiar with, nor am I comfortable with playing. You know, genre-wise, the gameplay wise, this is the first game that I'm not comfortable playing with. All the other games that we have played, I was very familiar, and if I was not very familiar, then I was at least familiar with the type of the game they were. This is not the first game that is janky and buggy. That title belongs to Temple of Elemental Evil. However, this is also very janky and buggy from what I hear. Not in a terrible way. I keep hearing from the fans that the jankiness actually adds to the charm of this game. So I have no doubt that we are going to enjoy the game. Let me actually turn this down a little bit more. We are going to enjoy the game, I'm so sure, but I think it might be a little bit difficult for me as well. Not so buggy, no clumsy combat. Okay, that is good to know. But yeah, the combat is one of the biggest factors that makes me somewhat nervous and scared about this game, but I think it's going to, even if it takes me a little bit for me to get used to it, I think I will. And it's going to be fine afterwards. You are not comfortable with Kingdom Come. True. But I was not comfortable with the idea of not being able to save. I was very comfortable with the gameplay that Kingdom Come has. I have played several games that have at least somewhat similar gameplays to Kingdom Come. So I was no stranger to this genre, to this specific genre of ARPG. I am a stranger. You can give me tips. It's beyond spoilers. Just have a good, not uncomfortable time. Yes, exactly. I was going to come to that actually. So I am going to be accepting not backseating, but certain gameplay tips, especially if I'm having a bad time with the game. Like you'll be able to tell anyway. If I'm not able to, for example, get past a fight, like after 5 tries, you feel free to tell me how to maybe punch the enemy rather than kick the enemy, or stuff like that. You will know what to say. And but I don't think it's going to be too bad. Again, story spoilers are, as always, not okay, but backseating wise, too much backseating is still not okay, but I will be happily accepting some guidance, especially as I'm starting out, which is something that I'll always do anyway. So without further ado, we are actually first start by looking at, as we always do, the interwebs materials, starting with the Moby games. We are going to read the description, and then we are going to take a look at the developments and marketing and release and reception parts of the Wikipedia, and then we are going to take a look at the manual, which is not a big manual, it's just 18 pages long. We are going to take a look at these materials. All in all, it's not too much. It should not take too long, and then we are going to be immediately jumping into the game. So for anyone who might be interested in playing this game, you actually need a piece of software called Spine, and I thank Bogu for bringing it to my attention. So you need to download and install this software called Spine. Spine makes the game able to be run on modern operating systems, such as the one I use, Windows 10. Without that, the game doesn't run. And even with Spine, you will have to set up some things in your Windows, namely data execution prevention. You might have to exclude Gothic executable files from the data execution prevention settings of Windows. And I'm not going to be explaining here how to do that, but there are a lot of very easy to follow guides on the internet, so just keep it in mind. If you're having problem with access violation errors especially, that's what you will have to do. And if you really want to play this game and can't quite get it to run, just let me know. I have worked on this quite a bit before I was able to run it. I don't claim to know everything, but I think I have understood how you may be able to run the game, so feel free to ask me. Well, at least you have some qualified people to do proper backseating with a referral from an international company. Exactly. No, we have a few. When it comes to Gothic, we do have a few, not just one. There's a big decision in the game where selecting a class, and you're not necessarily able to realize when you cross the line in some cases. It's irreversible and important gameplay-wise, not story-wise. So, that would be a timely intervention. You may tell me this is the class selection if I fail to recognize it. Just one referral? No, not just. You need 3 referrals. You need at least 3 referrals from international companies, as you should know by now, QP. I'm surprised that you don't. Since you are the human resources hiring department. Have you been hiring people with just one reference? QP, you're fired. You're fired. Hire someone else in your place. You lied about your CV. Anyway, yeah, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Gothic, also known as Orpheus. Oh, it's the working title. No wonder I never heard it. Gothic, our Russian title. So Piranha Bytes. It's a Piranha Bytes game. In fact, this game caused a specific genre of ARPG games called the Piranha Bytes RPG. So many games, including the first 3 Gothics, and then I think influencing the Witcher games as well. Then we have the Risen series, and then there is the newer Elex games, etc. They are maybe not Witcher, but the others are known as Piranha Bytes RPGs because of the way they work generally. And yeah, so we are going to be...
Hey, Ray's here!
Hey, Ray's here! How are you, Board Game Evan? Great to see you. Welcome. Hope you're having a fine Sunday. Yeah, Gothic. We are starting Gothic today. Max Factor Mascara makes eyelashes appear 3 times longer. Hey, Blackbird. Welcome and good to see you. Magram. So it has a Mobi score of 8.0 out of 10.
Let the light guide your path.
And yeah, this is a game that has many fans. People who like it a lot. And I have read in one place at least that was saying it has one of the best combat systems. So not everybody complains about the combat. You have rolled a 14, Prophet Wellen. Very nice, Ray, very nice. I think you're in the 3rd place now. 3rd place. In those cases, what you do is redeem a hard save before the critical encounter. Exactly. Then once it's done, let Mitchell know that what just transpired was a point of no return, so reloading is easy to start. Exactly. So, about backseating, I'm going to ask you to use to make a hard save and permission to backseat channel point redemptions. They are cheap, and how they work is they play a sound, so it is easier to grab my attention that way. Otherwise, even if you are, intervening in a timely fashion, I may be able to miss it. And try to use those instead of just trying to type something, which will be better for me. You'll not be able to do anything like that this time. Yeah, I know. I'm not expecting you to do that, but if Lilam or anyone else wants to at times. But yeah, also never tell me something before it happens. Let me know that I should save, but do not tell me that, hey, something important is coming up. That actually I constitute as a spoiler, because that creates expectations in me, which defines how I'm going to feel. It breaks the surprise. So always explain things to me after the surprise. I should say that. Anyway, let's continue. It's an action RPG. It is an RPG game by all means, however, it's action heavy. And it actually, more specifically, these games, Gothic games, are exploration heavy and immersion heavy. So what you do in these games is you may actually explore without any real necessity or being sent on a quest to do so. You may decide to explore the vast world, as long as you are able to take on the threats around, which comes mostly in the form of combat. That is where the action element comes in, and the combat system is built in to accommodate that kind of play style. It is a fantasy game. Should we create a quote to stay as a reminder? No. These are not. This have been the way the channel has been running for almost 2 years, so there is no need to create a quote or on-screen reminder or something. So, okay, description. With the orc hordes invading, the king needs a lot of magical ore to create enough weapons for his army. All the criminals are now sentenced to work in the ore mines till the end of their days. To prevent them from escaping, the king has a group of powerful wizards create a magical, impassable barrier. But the barrier grows out of control, capturing a large chunk of terrain within itself, and the wizards become imprisoned inside. In the confusion that follows, the prisoners kill the guards and take over the whole area within the barrier. Many years later, the prisoner community has been divided into 3 camps. Old camp, where miners dig up ore and sell it to the king in exchange for goods from the outer world. The new camp, where anarchy rules, and where the miners dig up ore in hopes of blowing up the barrier with its magical power. And the Brotherhood, whose members worship a mysterious god called the Sleeper, hoping that he will release them. A new convict has been recently dropped into the prison, trying to find his way within the community and knowing nothing about the pivotal role he will soon play in earth-shaking events.
Before venturing forth.
Hey, Draven! Hello! Hello, Draven. Hello, Raiders. How did the end of your stream go? Hello, Lisa. Great to see you all. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hey, Ailmancer. Welcome. Welcome. Draven and the cats. Hello, Baron. Hello, Luna. It's great to see all of you. How did the game go? How did the end of your stream go?
For the hive there.
I remember this game. Is this...
They go over to the flowers.
What was this called? Little Boots?
Quite a relaxing little game.
I don't remember the name.
I like the art. The pixel art.
Is that one of your first looks? Was that one of your first looks, Raymond? Got to a very exciting point, lots of twists. Sounds good. Yeah, you streamed for quite a long time, over 9 hours, I think. That was the first look a while ago. Yeah, I think I played that game. I must have played that game. So welcome everybody. It's great to see you. Thank you so much, Raven, for bringing your community over. We are just starting out looking at the online materials for Gothic before we start playing the game. Today is the first day that we are going to be playing Gothic, which was the final Critical Hits game to be selected in the poll on Discord. So I really appreciate you coming here and bringing your community as well as we start the stream. And anyone who has not been to Draven's channel should definitely pay him a visit. He is very cool, he is very polite, and very nice person, and a great streamer as well. He plays a lot of JRPGs, a lot of point and click or puzzle adventures, and also does first looks for many games. And yeah, it's quite enjoyable to be in his stream. Definitely pay him a visit. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Draven. And if you are new here, I am Mitral. I do play a lot of RPGs and puzzle games, point and click adventures myself. Today we are starting a new game, as I said, Gothic. This is going to be the first stream. Hope you enjoy your time here. You helped him winning Gothic over the Evil Nox. Evil Nox? Why would you call it evil? Hey, we don't have any rivalry here. We have competition, but no rivalry. We are looking forward to seeing Gothic. Yeah, that makes one of you. Just kidding, just kidding. I am actually looking forward to as well. I'm just a little bit nervous, as I was saying, mostly due to the combat. But yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. So let's continue reading. Okay. We read this. Gothic is a third-person perspective 3D action role-playing game. The game is set within the colony, the large area of land within the barrier. The player is free to explore most of the colony from the beginning, though it may prove difficult as the protagonist is initially very weak and most wildlife can kill him with one attack. Combat with melee weapons requires the player to input combinations of keys and execute various types of attacks. So, one funny thing, I was in Draven's chat earlier before I started streaming, and I was telling him that I was feeling a little bit nervous about starting Gothic. And he said, okay, let me give you a general tip. Do not attack the boars. And I started laughing because that was the only thing that I remembered from trying this game out years and years ago. So I did actually install and attempted to play this game, probably when it was new. I don't actually remember, but many years ago. And I remember not continuing to play because I wasn't able to kill the simplest, the weakest of the monsters that were around, the first mobs that we encountered. And I just stopped playing, I didn't continue. So it was funny when Draven said, hey, do not attack the boars. Yeah, I don't plan on attacking anything. I think I'm going to be running away from everything. For a while at least, since it's what's mentioned here, as the protagonist is initially very weak. I think we are going to have an idea about when we get stronger. I will attempt, obviously, to kill things, but without insisting. Maybe I will try and kill something, and if I die, I will just come back later. The player character must train to increase his attributes, strength, dexterity, and mana. As he vanquishes creatures and completes quests, he receives experience. With enough experience, he will gain a level, which not only increases his number of hit points and thus lengthens his lifespan, but also gives him skill points. If the hero meets someone who is eager to teach him, the player will be able to spend skill points to increase attributes or learn completely new skills. You're very welcome, Aeon. Very welcome. Skills include the increasing ability to fight with various types of weapons, the ability to pick pockets and locks. Okay. The ability to jump further and sneak. The protagonist can also learn to harvest furs, clothes, and other things from the animals he kills, and then sell them for money. Collecting plants and getting meat from defeated creatures can be very useful since eating food heals the main character or restores mana lost when casting spells.
Welcome back.
The game and you know
Has it already been 3 months? Arisa by Andanova. September Dino Dance.
September Dance. Thank you so much, Andanova, for the resub. I really appreciate you being here and coming back and supporting the channel. Thank you so much. How are you today? Good to see you. The game features a day and night cycle, character schedules, and interactivity with the game world. For example, the player can find a pan or a stove and roast raw meat to raise its healing qualities.
Hello?
Hey Thor, ahoy! Good to see you. Didn't miss any flailing about. Oh no, you didn't. We are going to be starting. Hey, Dazan, you don't need to put in the command manually anymore. It's set up. It's going to automatically play. Welcome, Tazans. It's good to see you. How are you doing today? The player can choose to join any of the 3 camps, which influences most of the quests in the first part of the game. Okay, so we choose to join a faction in the first part of the game. By focusing on a particular skill sets, the player can turn the main character into a specialized melee fighter, archer, or mage. However, it's also possible to learn skills belonging to other classes at any time. Even if the player doesn't want the protagonist to learn mage skills, he can still find or buy scrolls and runes, which allow the hero to cast various magic spells, e.g. toss fireballs at the enemies, teleport, turn himself into other creatures, and many more. Okay, well, this is pretty much what's in the Moby games, not much at all, and we are going to be skipping most of the material on Wikipedia because Wikipedia is very spoiler heavy most of the time. Nice, nice ale. That is one digit off. If that 5 was a 6, it would be much nicer. But Shelob, we also like Shelob. Development. Piranha Bytes worked more than 4 years on the development of Gothic's technology. The game's engine was created completely in-house, with a modified version later used for Gothic 2. These are the only games to use this engine. So Gothic 3 is also a thing, though I don't think it's as liked as the first 2. I'm not so sure why. Gothic was first released on March 15, 2001 in Germany, Austria and Switzerland, published by Egmont Interactive. European release date by THQ arrived on 30th October 2001, followed by the North American release by Seacat, I don't know. Seacat Interactive on 23rd of November 2001. In February 2006, an international re-release was announced to prepare for Gothic 3, which received much more attention from international media than the previous games. In the course of the re-release, an English demo version was made available at the official website. The demo contains a part of the first chapter of the game. In Germany and some other countries, Gothic is also available in a collector's edition bundled with Gothic 2 and Gothic 2 Night of the Raven, and Gothic Fan Edition, including the official map of the colony and a variety of extras. According to GameStar, Gothic failed to make an international breakthrough into sales markets beyond Germany. Really? Maybe initially. A characteristic it shared with Anno 1602. The game received generally favorable reviews, according to the review aggregation website Metacritic. IGN concluded that Gothic is a solid role-playing experience, and Eurogamer said that it's a game that developers should look to as an example of how a role-playing adventure should be done. Wow, that is high praise. GameSpot gave the game a slightly less positive review, saying that despite Gothic's achievements in terms of story and dialogue, players might still be disappointed by its shallow character development and poor combat mechanics. Hey Victory, hello, good to see you again. How are you, Victory? For you, as soon as you saw they changed the combat system from 2 to 3, you lost all interest in 3. Okay. You lost all interest in 3 because of the hardware requirements at the time. Oh, I see. I mean, so Gothic 1 and Gothic 2 have been nominated. Gothic 1 by Nebuka and Gothic 2 by Bogu Bogu. And they have been regularly boosted. However, Gothic 3 has not been nominated at all, so the fans of the game are not really interested in Gothic 3 from what I see in the critical list system. No one actually cared to nominate Gothic 3. That is interesting. There must be a reason, right? Thank you for your contribution, Raven. Yeah, there isn't much love for Gothic 3. Game Live PC named Gothic the third best role-playing game of 2001, behind Dungeon Siege and Elder Scrolls Morrowind. Yeah, I mean there is of course no way it can be compared with Morrowind. Delacan, not bad. You're very welcome, Andinova. But the editors of Computer Games magazine nominated Gothic as the best role-playing game of 2001.
Fazan Just Musted Nut Dealer, the game which puts you in the shoes of a poor salesperson struggling to make a living by selling tree seeds A&D. I'm just messing with you, it's an Undertale anagram.
Yeah, I coded indeed. Let's give you the Undertale. Are we getting a Deltarune as well? Should I go ahead and raise it?
New critical hits most. Fazan Just Musted Deltarune, hello there.
Thank you for the boost, Tazin. But ultimately gave the award to Arcanum of Steamworks of Magic Obscura and Wizardy 8, tie. It was also runner-up for RPG World's 2001 RPG of the Year prize, which it lost again to Arcanum. However, it won in the publication's Surprise of the Year category. The editors called it a very solid, enjoyable debut effort.
New critical hits most. Fazan just musted the most important game in history, Mass Effect. At the end of the day, we'd all still be in the Stone Age without it. Kappa.
Yeah. Soul Legion would have you believe. Currency.
New critical hits boost.
You can type
Board
exclamation
Game
mark
Heaven
points.
just boosted 30 eventful soirees. Arena.
Arena. 30 eventful soirees. Nice one.
New critical hits boost. Board Game Heaven just boosted Revenant.
Revenant, which is at the top of the list now. Ooh, Kitawa, 626. That's not bad at all, Lisa. Nice one.
New critical
Dungeon
hits boost.
Siegery.
Board Game Heaven just boosted Dungan Siguri.
Dungan Siguri. Dungeon Surgery. Thank you for the boost as well, Ray. Much appreciated. So, yeah, let's take a look at this for a moment then. With the removal of Gothic into the current and completed games lists, the top 4 is actually Revenant, Nox, Arena, and Dragon Age 2, which are all games that have some solid supporters or have had some solid supporters in the history of critical hits, but they are not necessarily boosted by a majority of the community. None of them. So all of these 4 games have had solid and regular support by a few select people. That is what is interesting. So none of these games are clear community favorites, but favorites of individual viewers. So it's going to be interesting because I'm going to be starting the next poll today. I don't think there's going to be actually, it is quite possible to make Mass Effect past Dragon Age 2, depending on how many boosts it gets. But the first 3, there's pretty much no way to change them. And once we start the poll, they are going to be fixed. And I'm really curious because so far all the polls had favorites. This one for me doesn't have a favorite, so it's going to be very interesting. The thing is, melee combat in Gothic actually changes as you get more skilled, not like other games where you just do more damage. Your attacks actually become easier and smoother to pull off effectively. Okay, whereas when you start off, the combat is extremely clunky and awkward to reflect your character's lack of skill. No other game has done this to your knowledge. Well, Kingdom Come has done it, right? Kingdom Come has done exactly that, but it is a first-person game, and the combat, while the approach is somewhat similar, the feeling is very different. And we have played Kingdom Come, so I'm not very unfamiliar with the concept of it, and it makes me happy. When I started Kingdom Come, I thought I would never melee. Like, I wouldn't melee. I would do everything else, but not melee. But as I learned the game and as the character got better, it actually became a very enjoyable experience to melee in the game. Very satisfying experience. So the same might happen with Gothic. And when you say no other game has done this, maybe you mean it in a way that I do not recognize right now. Maybe it improves in a way that I cannot imagine right now, and it will be very interesting to find out as we play. Okay, so let's look at the manual as the last thing. Necromancer. I summon the shadows of the night. I command the powers of darkness's creatures born of magic. Fight at my bidding, soulless beings kill when I desire. Freedom is merely a sentiment, whereas willpower means true strength. Are you still eager to face these creatures and play their game of life and death, just for the sake of freedom? If you look at the first letters, there's a secret message here which says If Vaj.
A resub by Lisa_Mystic.
Don't forget that.
Did you know it has been 2 months? Happy September.
Hey Lisa, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate the resub and the channel support and you being here regularly. Thank you so much, Lisa. I appreciate you. You didn't catch Kingdom Come, if that's the only game you ever heard of. Yeah, we did play Kingdom Come, and I was a little bit nervous about that as well. Just like I'm a little bit nervous about Gothic, but I ended up enjoying it immensely. Like, it became one of my favorite RPGs. I'm just kidding, by the way. If wise doesn't mean anything, I'm just making it up. If you were taking me seriously, which you shouldn't, never, ever. So we don't need to look at these, do we? If you die, you can load a saved game from the list. Wow, very cool to know. Watch the red bar on the left of your screen. When this is empty, you are dead. Love it. Love it.
It's
And
amazing.
Noah.
And Innova has just gifted 5 subs to the community.
And Noah, thank you so much. 5 gifted subs. Thank you, and Noah. Thank you for a lot of channel support. And Dr. Goa, Firmament, Andlog, Ravana, Deadbeat Artists. Enjoy your subs. Enjoy your subs. All thanks to Andinoa. Thank you, Andinoa. That's very kind of you and very generous of you. Let's go. There are magical rings and talismans to be found in Gothic. If you wear them, they will enhance your skills or talents. Try and find the right combination, as you can only wear talisman and 2 rings. It was a spontaneous decision. I hope you don't regret your spontaneous decision, Andinoa. I hope you're not drunk. You're not drunk as Farnham. You know, there's a reason why Farnham the drunk says, sounds like a good idea to me when someone gives a sub. Hey, Draven.
Draven has just cheered for 200 bits. Let's get a hype train going, Dravi hip.
You don't drink? Okay.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Draven, thank you so much for the 200 bits. That's also very, very generous of you. First a raid and then bit cheers. Thank you, Draven. I really appreciate it. 1 by 2 bits. Hello. Hype, hype, hype. Stan Hype, how are you? 1 by 2 bits. Good to see you.
Speak to him like that again, and I will cut you down where you
Oh,
stand.
23. Oh, I think though Board Game Heaven is in the third third place of the good ones, something like that, with 14. So that's just out of the first top 3 of the good rolls, low rolls. Anyway, someone needs to roll a 1. Can someone please roll a 1 this season already? Okay. The mages of fire can be found in the old camp. Okay, so these are in the manual, so they do not constitute spoilers as far as how I feel about it. If something is in the manual, I don't consider them spoilers. Hey, Cave Johnson, that's very nice. Ah, that doesn't work, Andinoa. You would have to type roll D1, which would serve the same purpose, but it's not going to be what I want. Of fire can be found in the old camp. It seems they have no authority at all in the camp, but they do have a relative powerful ranks. The fire mages have the use of all types of fire spells of the circle, he has been taught. Okay. On the other side are the mages of the Circle of Water, who have joined forces with the new camp. They are obviously working on escape plans and have therefore a dominant position. The water mages have the use of all kinds of water and chill spells. Brotherhood, the sect believes in a supposed god they named the Sleeper. It is as yet unknown how they have access to their mana without praying to regular gods. They do, however, have the use of powerful spells which affect the victim's state of mind. Ooh. Gothic, what an incredible RPG, only excelled by its sequel. I get more and more excited when I hear high praise for this game, because I never thought this was a good game. But to be fair, I never gave it much of a chance. I was bad at it, and I thought the game was bad. It was me who was bad, and I'm hearing from many people that the game is actually very good, and I'm really excited. Albeit a bit nervous, but very excited to play this game today. Hey Kotomash, welcome. How are you, Kotomash? Good to see you. Choosing a class, a story decision here. It's quite obvious in the game what the classes are, but you can actually choose one path by mistake in a conversation you thought was innocent. Okay. Okay, William. I will try to be careful and check with the chat, and as I said, once I do it, once it's said and done, you may warn me about what I did. Also get me to make hard saves as often as you want. So we have spells. I'm not going to look at the spells, actually. And then we have general spells. When you kill opponents or creatures...
Tell him Bruno sent you.
Nice one, Bruno. When you kill opponents or creatures and when you end the mission successfully, you will receive experience points. When you've gathered enough of these points, you are able to move up a level, which gives you more energy and learning points. These learning points can be spent learning a skill with a trainer, or they can be used to increase your strength, mana, or dexterity with someone who offers. These learning points can be spent learning a skill, or to increase stats. So I will have to make a choice between learning a new skill or strengthening my already existing stats. No class choice is bad, but there are some more interesting paths than others. Okay. Alright. So looking at the spells, like I kind of like... I always like fire spells in D&D for some reason. But I do like the lightning and ice spells as well. So the most interesting sounds like Brotherhood. But I'm not sure which I would choose at this moment. I guess it's going to come down to my interactions with the NPCs in the game. Rules. Every camp has its own rules and regulations, but there are a few general points you should go by. The inhabitants of the camps have a daily routine and most of them sleep at night. If you need to talk to someone before you do anything else but he's asleep, he won't let you disturb him. Just find a free hut and skip a while in the morning. He'll be doing his usual everyday stuff and you will also have full energy. So they have really not used enough commas and full stops in this manual. I have encountered this a few times. Hype train complete, level 2. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. You gotta leave for now. Trying to be back later. Alright, Andinawa. Enjoy the rest of today and good luck with what you have to do. And hopefully see you soon. Choo-choo. Skills and talents. Strengths. Dexterity. The stronger you are, the better the weapon you are able to use and the more damage you will do with it. Dexterity, better long-range weapons and aiming when you increase the skill. I wonder how good it is to use a bow and arrows in this game. One-handed weapons. Swords, axes, clubs, hammers. Only beginners use two hands for some of these. So beginners will have to use both their hands for 100 weapons. Vincino!
Vincino Man has just cheered for 100
You're
bits.
slightly late for the hype train, but I really appreciate the 100 bits. Thank you so much. How are you, Vincino? It's good to see you. How are you today? This fine Sunday. There are 2 levels of skill for these weapons. Without learning this talent, you will be able to swing the weapon back and forth, but you will be unable to perform combination attacks. Two-handed weapons. They are heavier and larger than other weapons, and you will need a great deal more strength to hold them, but they do far more damage than one-handed weapons. The talent levels are as above. I'm doing very well. Excited/nervous to be starting Gothic today. We are looking at the materials. We have already looked at Moby Games and Wiki. We are looking at the manual. I'm trying to learn a little bit more, gain some advantage over the beginner level that I am at. Trying to learn the skills. You hope it's not a spoiler. Advise you to choose a class in advice in your mind. Choosing a mage is your favorite. If you yourself want that, save skill points. They are very needed in the mage path, and you choose the class after a lot of fighting, or there's a chance your mage will feel unfinished. Others may have opinions here, but that is only if you want a mage. I see. Honestly, I don't enjoy playing mages. Most of the time in games, I was already looking at the weapon skills, thinking that I might go for them, or a bow and crossbow type. I don't know what the classes are, first and foremost, so I don't think I can make plans right now. And keeping skills, we'll see how it goes. I do not need that much preparation, I think, for optimal builds and stuff. This is going to be a first time playthrough, and it comes with the ignorance of the game, as it always do. I don't necessarily feel the need to prepare, if you know what I mean. If I'm clear, I don't know if I'm able to express what I'm thinking. Saving skill points before investing is the general point here. Yeah, but I don't know what I would save and what I would spend. What is good, right? I have never played the game. maybe I will oversave and be left very weak. You could also let him discover stuff on his own. The game is pretty forgiving. Yeah, but I did ask for help when necessary. But mostly about softlocks. Bear in mind, I have heard that this game has softlocks, so warn me if a softlock is coming up, or if I really mess up, if I make a serious mistake, let me know. But yeah, you don't have to prepare me for what's coming up. Not in that way. I am mostly worried about softlocks. Pickpocketing. You must be able to sneak to... Oh, I skipped a few. To use long-range weapons, a certain amount of dexterity is needed. The more you have, the better the weapons you are able to use. To use crossbows, you will need more dexterity as for normal bows, but these do more damage. Here, there are also 2 skill levels. As above, your aiming will be better, and the time it takes you to reload will be decreased. I do enjoy bow and crossbow in every game, however, I feel like it sometimes ends in frustration if I miss a shot, or if 1 or 2 shots before the creature is able to reach me is not enough to kill the enemy, then I will be defenseless and probably die. So I may not necessarily want bow and crossbow in a game that I don't already feel comfortable playing. Same kind of goes with mage. You don't remember any softlocks yourself. You don't recall ever softlocking yourself. Okay, Parrot said there were some softlocks before I was starting the game, and I did a quick Google search, and I also read that there are at least a couple of softlock positions. I didn't read them in detail to not get spoilers, but I think there are a few. Maybe they are not easy softlocks, like they don't easily happen. Again, if you notice, that is the point. If you notice that I am softlocked, just let me know. Or if you know that I'm coming up to a softlock point, get me to save the game. That is all I want. You can make the game uncomfortable by doing this or that, but the game is always very finishable. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. I'm fine with uncomfortable. You can try to open anything with a lock on it with a lockpick. You have to press the left or right arrow keys for as long as it takes to find the combination. Left, right, right, left. So I have to find the combination. Okay. If you turn the pick in the wrong direction, this can be hard. You will have to start over again. If you have learned the skill, you will find the lockpicks won't break by every mistake. Some locks can only be opened with the right key. So, you can try to open anything with a lock on it with a lockpick, but some locks can only be opened with the right key. What does that mean? So I can try, but some of them I will never succeed at. Does that mean that? You must be able to sneak to try the skill. If someone is stood near you, switch to sneak mode and sneak towards him by pressing Ctrl and up when he is in focus. You can pick his... Dude, you some full stops. Where does the sentence and the other one begins? This whole paragraph is one sentence. No, okay. There is one sentence and then there is the rest of the paragraph. If someone is stood near you, switch to sneak mode and sneak towards him by pressing Ctrl and up when he is in focus. You can pick his pockets. It shouldn't be too hard if you have learned the skill, unless of course he tries to move away. This is like I'm talking on the internet, on some forums. It's a manual, dude. The skill is used by pressing the A key. You can sneak into huts and up to people as long as you're not seen. This skill makes it possible for you to jump further and fall further without getting hurt. To be able to use the runes of a certain circle, you will have to learn the appropriate level. Scrolls can be used without its talents. Circles of magic. Tips for fighting. As soon as you have learned the weapon skill, you will be able to use a combination attack. Your teacher will have given you a few guidelines also. Press the Ctrl and up key to swing your weapon. If you do that right moment after each swing, you will have a more effective attack as before. Try it out without an opponent. It looks good too. It's a German game, so English translation is sometimes dodgy. Yeah, it must be the translator's fault. It is very probably a translation from German, so maybe it has some effect on the manual. It must have, it must have. You can equip your weapon while running too, but you're only able to attack head-on and you must time it right. The disadvantage of this attack is that you can't change the direction of your hit. Still, it may be worth a try to catch your victim unaware. The form of attack works only with one-handed weapons. Two-handed weapons are too heavy. Long-range combat. As soon as you have an aim on your opponent's control, you will keep facing him until he is out of range or until you stop aiming. When you fire, Control and up. It all depends on your skill with the chosen weapon. your dexterity, and the distance to your target, whether you hit or not. To change your target, you can press Control and left or... Okay, so I don't have to target manually then. If I use bow and arrow, I don't have to target manually. As long as I press Control, it's going to pick up and lock onto a target. And when I'm holding Control, I press up, I'm going to be shooting an arrow. If I press left or right, I'm going to be switching targets. So it makes it slightly easier to use the bow and arrow in that case. The feel of this game is so unique. Gothic 2 is considered a better game, but Gothic 1 has this special atmosphere you cannot find elsewhere. Okay, alright. Change mode space. So this is combat mode and non-combat mode, I'm guessing. Movements and combat mode. Hotkeys weapon. 1 close combat, 2 long range. Hotkey spells. 403 is last use spell. I don't get what this means. 05. Is that a 3 or a 5? Only movement mode. Pick up objects. Control arrow up. Speak, control arrow up. I guess we are going to be figuring this out as we play. Who is who? Okay, let's not look at the characters. I don't necessarily want to learn about the characters from the manual. The story. Mirtana. In these times, the gods looked upon Mirtana with a kind heart and blessed all the lands with peace, lavish crops, and an abundance of copper, bronze, and ore. Mirtana thrived in this blissful age until others received word of their fortune. The orcs made war upon the land of Mirtana. Endless raids and battles devastated the land throughout the next years, and as Mirtana's armies grew smaller and weaker, the orcs moved on in greedy destruction. Eventually, no longer able to watch the mindless losses to his people, King Hrothgar chose to take desperate measures. The barrier. In order to save his most precious mine in Khorinis, where his people gathered magical ore and forged them into the strongest weapons in the land, King Hrothgar called together 12 of the most talented mages of Mirtana. The Bright Winter's... Okay, I started, I have to read the rest of it. I didn't realize it was this long. I thought it was just this. The bright winter sky grew grey and dark as thick black clouds obscured the sun. Lightning flashed across the sky, darting through a whirlwind of energy as the mages cast a spell using the foci. A blue hazed sheet drove across the mine, passing the boundaries of will enclosing even the mages within its walls. Thank you for the lurk, QP. And so it came to pass that fleeing from greed itself brought greed, thus tribulations upon King Hrothgar, and he was forced to make deals with the prisoners to get at his ore. Throwing letters through the barrier was the only way the outside world was able to contact people within the colony. Those prisoners, who had always been the toughest among the miners, saw their chance and agreed to send all the ore they could to King in exchange for goods from the outside world. Their leader was Gomez. They took over the old castle, killed the guards there, and so they created the old camp. The other prisoners rebelled against doing anything for the king or Gomez and traveled to another mine area, the Free Mine, and built there their own camp, the new camp. Their leader was Laris, and they lived from hunting, stealing, and farming rice. Among the prisoners in the old camp were some who told of visions and strange dreams. They felt themselves misunderstood and different from the rest of the camp, so their leader Iberion took them on a journey to find a place where they could dwell among themselves. Without explanation, he chose a swamp area and so created there a sect named the Brotherhood. The sect members also found that the strange plants that grew there in abundance increased their visions, and that some had access to magical powers. They were able to sell these plants and magical scrolls to the rest of the colony and so traded to make a living. Of the 12 mages in the colony, there were 6 of the Circle of Fire and 6 of the Circle of Water. The Fire mages thought it important that the king should win the war, and so took it upon themselves to control the situation in the old camp. The Water mages thought it would be important to find out what went wrong with the barrier and to find a way to breach the magical walls surrounding them. They decided to go to the new camp to control the ore from the Free Mine and were certain it would lead them to freedom. And just another convict is thrown into the barrier, which is us. Story-wise, what I'm most interested in right now is the freedom, the Water mages. But we shall see what we encounter in-game. RPG set in prison. Yeah, it is interesting. Interesting for sure. So, it is time to actually jump into the game. Let me prepare myself. Okay. So as I said before, I have the game on Steam. This is the Steam version, but it is being run through a program called Spine, which makes it able to run in modern operating systems, just in case you want to play it yourself. The videos are kind of weird because of their fixed resolutions. So I have two different captures like I did with KOTOR 2. I may at times forget to switch between them. Feel free to remind me if that goes on. I did look at the settings before, so this should be okay. There's a good chance that after Gothic 1 you would like to create Mitchell recommends Gothic. I don't think I will do anything like that. I'm sorry. I don't want to influence anyone. But we shall see. We shall see. I hope I feel excited for Gothic 2. So, Timer, why aren't you starting?
I'm
Give me a
DX.
second.
Thanks for your help. It's your...
Give me a second. The timer is not starting. Okay. It is starting now. Let's start this again. Oh, this sucks. This is a problem. Oh, it's working now. It's working now. Okay, it's working when I'm not focused on Gothic. If I choose Firebot, it works. Let me try this again. It's going to be tough.
The kingdom of Murtana, united by King Robar II. During the long years of his reign, he was able to defeat all foes of his realm.
Where's the video?
All except one.
The video is not playing. No, it's supposed to be running. The game crashed. Let me start again.
The kingdom of Murtana, united by King Robar II.
Okay, it's working now.
During the long years of his reign, he was able to defeat all foes of his realm.
It's just weird.
All except one. I'm using a program called Spine to be able to run the game. Its toll, and the prisoners of the realm
it's pretty much
mandatory.
mandatory.
Pay the price. The king needed swords for his army, and every man guilty of a crime, no matter how insignificant, was forced to work in the ore mines of Corinus. To make it impossible for them to escape, the king sent out the best magicians of the kingdom to create a magic barrier around the entire valley. I was one of them. Something disturbed the delicate structure of magic. We were trapped inside our own barrier. 1 second of negligence was enough for the prisoners. Corinus was now under the control of the convicts. The king had no choice. He had to negotiate. He needed the ore. Month after month, the king supplied everything the prisoners needed. Month after month, they brought the ore to the edge of the barrier in exchange. Until the present day. Another convict was brought to the cliff. He did not know, but he would change everything.
In the name of King Robar II, bearer of the scepter of Verant, I sentence this convict to...
Stop! Convict, I've got an offer to make you. This letter must reach the leader of the Magicians of Fire.
You're wasting your time.
You may choose your own reward. He'll give you anything you ask for.
Very well. I'll take your letter. On one condition. Spare me the rest of his nonsense.
How dare you!
Keep silent. Right. Send him in.
Well, rip letter.
Welcome to the colony.
That's enough. Leave him alone. And now scram. Get up. I'm Diego. I'm not interested in who you are. You've just arrived. I look after the new arrivals. That's all for now. If you plan to stay alive for a while, you should talk to me. But of course, I won't keep you from choosing your own destruction. Well, what do you think?
Okay, what do I need to know about this place?
Okay, what do I need to know about this place?
I don't need to read.
We call it the colony. You'll know already that we produce ore for the king. Well, at least we do, in the old camp. There are 3 camps within the barrier. The old camp is the biggest, and it was the first.
How do I get to the old camp?
How do I get to the old camp?
You just follow this path. The old camp is the next reasonably safe-looking place you'll come across. There are a lot of wild beasts between the camps. You'd be mad to walk around without a weapon.
Where do I get a weapon?
Where do I get a weapon?
Why am I reading?
When you get to the old mine, have a look around. I'm sure you'll find something useful. The mine is easy to find. It's just a few meters along the canyon.
Why did you help me?
Because you needed help. Otherwise, Bullet and his boys might have killed you. And I couldn't just stand by and watch, because I came all this way to make a suggestion.
A suggestion?
Yes. After this little incident with Bullet and his guys, you should be aware now that you need protection. Everyone who arrives here has a choice. There are 3 camps in the colony, and you'll have to join one of them. I'm here to show the new ones that the old camp is the best place for them.
Where's Bullet now?
He and the others bring the goods from the outside world into the camp. You'll find him there. But if you plan to fight him, be careful. He's an experienced warrior.
I have a letter for the High Magician of the Circle of Fire.
Really?
I was given it by a mage shortly before they threw me in here.
You're lucky I can't afford to show my face around the mages anymore. Anyone else would gladly slit your throat for that letter. That's because the mages pay their couriers a lot, and most people here don't have anything. If I were you, I'd shut up until I met one of the mages.
If you ever play
Although in your situation, that's not likely
I think
to
it takes
happen.
place in Haslam.
Why not?
The mages are in the castle in the old camp. Only Gomez's people are allowed to enter the castle.
Who's Gomez?
Gomez is the most powerful ore baron. He's the boss of the old camp, the most powerful man in the colony.
Let's assume I want to join his people. What do I need to do?
At the gate of the castle, you'll find a man called Thoris. Tell him Diego sent you.
Thanks for your help.
We'll meet in the old camp.
Welcome to the colony. So, the problem is... my buttons for starting and stopping the timer, and I assume reloads, are not working when I have the game focused. So it's going to cause some problems. If you notice me being unable to stop or start the timer, or unable to increment the reload counter, let me know. I always will have to alt tab to do it. Okay, so I control and... okay. So tab... writings. The seal must not be opened. Okay, let's not open it. So how do... okay, this is how I choose stuff. And then I press tab to close it again. So I know what happens here. I actually took a look. I want to show it to you as well. We are at the edge of the prison barrier right now. If you take another step, this is what happens. So I wanted to do this because I want to reload the game to start with. And I want to test if my reload counter button works. It doesn't, so I also have to alt tab. Okay. Well. This is not going to be fun for me. The game looks crisper than you were expecting. So, there are a few changes to the INI files, and also, I think Spine possibly makes some changes as well. I am actually playing this game full screen, borderless windowed. It's not the low resolution that the game originally is, and it does look very, very good because you can actually set it to pretty high detail and raise visual range, etc. over what was thought to be the default for the game back then. Anyway, it does look beautiful, is what I'm trying to say. Blueberries. Okay. So there was also jumping. How was it done? I remember being able to jump. That was the enemy in the game down. Okay, so I have to press Alt. When I'm stopping, if I hold Alt and press up, I jump. Or while running, I can press Alt to long jump, I guess. Toughest enemy in the game down, that's only half joking. Really? Meat bug. So can I pick this up? No, that's the wrong button. Oh, come on. How do I pick this up? Enter? Oh, control and right. Come here. Come. No, stop. Stop. Okay. Control Alt Shift 11. Yes, exactly. So I can drop stuff with control and down. No, I didn't want to game. This is going to be tough to get used to. These controls are a little confusing. I just ate the bug meat raw. Okay. Let's not get stuck in pillars. That is Dark Science job. Oh, lots of stuff. Is there a way to grab all of them? Do I have to actually keep pressing Control right for every single coin? Dark Science. Yes.
Science!
Dark Science indeed. Picklock. Tumbler. We have weapons. We have arrows. Can I break this? You can grab all of them in the pack and you think even all of the stuff. You just have to find the combinations. Okay. Pickaxe is a weapon. Okay. So now we can use the pickaxe as a weapon. And we have different attacks. I guess momentum is a thing in this game. If I make the correct attack, I can attack faster. You can hold it. You learned later that you can move stacks faster with both Control, Shift, and arrow. Okay. You think, but this was after you had learned to leave weights on his transfer thousands of currencies in trading. Okay. I see, yeah. Yeah. Can we go in here? Open the door. Is there a quick save? Yes, F5 is a quick save. Where does it save? Wait, what? Oh. It's unnamed. Okay, I named it and it will keep the name, I think. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I have the chat, exactly. Alright, so Alt also climbs. Control Shift right. Okay, that actually transfers the whole stack, which is good. Another pickaxe. You feel such nostalgia, you want to install it yourself soon? Yeah, you should, William. By the way, Bogu Bogu does Iron Man runs, so no reload, no death runs of Gothic. You should, if you're not familiar with Bogu's channel, you should pay him a visit as well. Is it possible to get stuck in terrain mesh? Whoa, what was that? What was that? I love that. Did you see that? I think we just got our answer to that parrot. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. It happens. Can I reload with F8? F9. F9 is reload. No, 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 no. What is this jumping? This is crazy. We are basic to flying.
Whee!
Exactly. Okay, I'm not impressed with the sliding mechanic though. Alt F8 to unstuck. Alt F8, okay. Okay, let's try that. Wait, what did I do? I just turned on the GeForce experience. How do I turn it off? He's making some weird janky moves. Why is that happening? Oh. No! What are you doing? I pressed the wrong button. Ah, this is going to be funny. Funny, I'll just say funny. Hey, Melandil. You can do everything with Control Shift and arrows with different combinations. How are you, Melandil? Good to see you. Seraphis. So what is that? I think I found something secret. It's the food. 14 life bonus. Yeah, we are starting Gothic today. We just started. Done with the work for a week. That sounds great. Sounds great. Oh, what are those? What is that? Okay, let's try fighting. Oh, that went very well. That went very well. I think I'm a natural. Meanwhile, 1 giant chicken 0. Take that, giant chicken. Good start. I'm surprised as well. It won't last. It's beginner's luck. There are more of them.
Chaos. War.
Giant chickens Rex first timers.
That is what I see.
Come here. I'm ready. Haha! Take that, giant chicken. Can I loot? Okay. I can get used to this. I can get used to this. Sorry, Parrot. I'm sorry. The national trade in Poland. God. It's not even a Polish game. Wait, is it a Polish game? Is it a German game? Okay, what is this thing? Looks like a goblin. No! Oh! That was half of my health. This thing is strong. Can I win? No, that was wrong. Don't hit me. Okay, we won. We won. It's a German game. You got a club. I am really hurt though. What do you mean you can't loot? Why can't you loot? Okay, let's see. Damage is 7, requires strength is 5, value is 4. Damage is 5, required strength is 5, so pickaxe is better. There's nothing on the goblin. Then why is it highlighted? He's just a poor goblin, he has no loot. Looks like the British Museum, we've stolen it. It's like, you know. Just some balls you don't want, okay. Do you regenerate health out of combat? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. But I do have stuff that I can eat. Like these blueberries heal for 10. How do I eat them? No, that's not what I wanted you to do. Okay. We can also eat the meat bug. I'm having a good day. I'm having fun with Gothic. Okay, let's save. I don't think I can win against these two enemies, whatever they are. That's how it works, Parrot. No! Stop chasing me. No! No! I'm scared. Let me loot these. Or nuggets. Hey Nix! And so Gothic begins. It does. And it begins with a bang. We kill 2 giant chickens and the goblin. What are you doing? No, don't get stuck.
For sure!
How are you, Nix? Good to see you. You played some Risen back when it first came out. That was a feature you were not a fan of. We are stuck again. What's happening? So
the Force is not a thing to be trifled with.
No, Alt of Fate doesn't work. So is there an unstuck or not?
Amalanduel just boosted. The nameless hero joins the Shining Force.
Okay. Let's get this boost before we go on. And if someone can tell me if there's an unstuck, it would really help. Shining Force. Thank you for the boost, Amalanduel. Control Alt F8.
New critical hits boost. Baldur's Gate nerd just boosted IWD.
Control Alt F8 word. Hey Baldur's Gate nerd, welcome. You don't think there's an unstuck without enabling developer console? No, it did work. Control Alt F8 worked. The only unstuck you used was saving every 30 seconds and loading. How are you, BG nerd? Good to see you. Where's Bogu when you need him, right? He's not around. He has been working on getting this game to the top for months, and when it gets selected, he's not here. These jumps, they're crazy. Okay, he cannot hold that ledge for some reason. He will be there for Ice when it wins. I have no doubt he will. So I kind of want to try fighting these two. I don't think we can win. But I'm kind of feeling a little bit cocky right now. Thanks to my success against those creatures. So we are going to try. I'm ready for you. Come on. Come on. Are you? Come on. Come on. Why? Why am I not? No, I can't see. No. Okay. We are eating the wrong one. We won. I got bit once. There's a lot of cheese involved in the combat. I think we will get the dose later, like after a few streams. Let me figure them out in time. I am sure I will be figuring out the cheese first. As a side note, anyone looking forward to Starfield? Looking forward? Isn't it out? You weren't, but what you let yourself hear from early reviews has gotten you quite pumped. It's not for premium purchase. Oh, I see. Gotcha. I'm not really interested, not for those kinds of prices. And definitely not for a game from Bethesda. Can we climb there? What is that? What is this thing? I don't know what happens with the terrain. Interesting timeline to see Bethesda and bug-free. Is it really bug-free? By the way, I'm bleeding. You never came up here. You know, Thor. You know this stream is the place to be if you want to find new random stuff. Though I don't know where we're going. What I know is we are bleeding. No. Okay. Microsoft has really tightened their screws about the code. Well, that's a good thing. Have you reached a town yet? No. What do you mean, reach a town? We have to explore randomly. Actually, I have no idea where I am right now. I don't know, some of the stuff might be due to Spine, the program that I'm using to be able to run this. Like, I don't think climbing the terrain like that is the game's feature. Okay, I'm stuck again. No, okay. I'm saved. Is there fall damage in this game? I guess it's safe to say there is fall damage in this game. Lets me add this. You can always clip after the stream as well. You can clip from the WOD. That needs to be a highlight. Okay, please don't do this. Did I check this chest? Yeah, okay, it will take me time to get used to these controls. What you missed is I asked if there was fall damage in the game, and 1 second later I fell down and died. come on, what is this happening? It's a little annoying that it happens. That is Gothic surfing, I suppose, yeah. You will have plenty of chances to grab this SFX, you're sure, so you'll go ahead and...
New channel SFX request by Thor Obliterator.
That rattle? Okay, sure. Well, let's hunt this chicken. The physics in this game are a bit janky, but very fun. Come on, chicken. I'm ready for you. You know what? This is not half bad. I can get used to this. I tried this game many years ago, and I failed. I failed spectacularly, and I didn't continue. So it was always in my mind as one of the most difficult combat kind of games. Apparently it's not that bad. At least so far. I may even attempt to fight a boar, Draven. Oh! Old sword. First game is very forgiving. Yeah, I like my games that way, forgiving. 12 damage, 10 strength. I don't think I... what is my strengths? Where can I see my strengths? Press B. So I have 10 strength, okay. Let's see. Before character sheet. Okay. I practiced enough. Come here, chicken. What was that overhead? No. It pecked me. Damn you. The original Gothic 2 was even more forgiving. People didn't like it, so this made it much more difficult. So many suffered. Well, people got what they deserved. Can I make it easy again? Is the real question. When I play it. Just need a boar now and you'll... Chicken, I'm begging for a nice supper. Yeah. Unless the boar has his supper with me. You still have never beaten Night of the Raven. I heard there are people who do no-hit runs starting from Gothic 1 to the end of Night of the Raven. Like, if they get hits, they restart. From the first game. Those people are legendary, like unicorns. I don't know.
It was obvious there would be trouble ahead.
You are probably right. Hello, friends.
If you think...
Hey, you.
What do you want?
I want to warn you. If you continue this way, you'll be entering our hunting ground.
What do you hunt?
Mostly scavengers. There's a lot of meat on them. Besides, it ain't too hard to get them.
Okay.
Once you know how.
Really? How's that?
Ask my friend Drax here. He knows more about these things than anyone.
Why is this area so dangerous?
You've just arrived, haven't you? There are different areas in this colony which are all more or less dangerous. The paths between the camps are quite safe, but even there you might come across some wolves which look on you as easy prey. And that's exactly what you are until you get a proper weapon and armor.
You don't know that I'm a natural fighting prodigy though, do you?
Where can I get better equipment?
The nearest place is that old camp. Just follow the path that brought you here. But you can get the stuff cheaper in our new camp, provided you know the right people. If you go to the old camp, ask for Mordrag. He's one of us. For just a little ore, he'll sell you the proper goods.
Tell me more about the areas of the colony.
If you travel between the camps, you'll need a map to distinguish paths and dead ends. Dead ends often lead you to dangerous canyons where you encounter creatures you'd better avoid. Do not enter the old ruins. There are too many around here, and most of them are old fortifications dating back to the time of the First Orc War.
Okay, where is the closest old ruin?
Some are abandoned orc dwellings.
Challenge accepted.
There are often orcs in those ruins, or even worse creatures. I'd avoid those places, especially at night. And one more hint, don't go into the forest.
Where's the forest? Show me.
Where do I get a map?
Ask the people in the old camp. There's a cartographer living there. Maybe you can steal one of his maps. If you manage to do it, take one from me as well.
Why would I take one for you?
Why? Doesn't he sell the maps?
If you get enough ore to pay for them.
Thanks for your help.
Don't go thinking everyone's gonna be so friendly, kid. There may not be much in a newcomer's pockets, but some folks would even beat you up for a pickaxe.
I'll keep it in mind.
I wonder if I can attack them. They have hit points, so I probably can.
You're hunting, aren't you?
Looks like it. What do you want?
Do you have some hints for the hunt?
I could teach you a few things, but everything has its price.
Which would be how much?
A good gulp of beer will do to start with. Then we'll see.
Here you are. Take a beer and tell me about hunting. I guess. Yeah, sure.
Here you are. Take a beer and tell me about hunting.
Why not?
Scavengers. That's what we call the big birds.
Okay, they're called scavengers.
Should be attacked one after the other. It's easy to lure single scavengers from the pack. If you come too close, they'll become irritated. After a while, they'll storm in your direction. At this point, you should be waiting for them with a raised weapon. If you manage to strike the beast before it hits you, you have to keep fighting. Then you'll be able to defeat the creature without being hurt yourself. If it hits you first, well, just don't let him.
I don't think this was scavenger-specific advice. If you hit them, keep hitting. If they hit you, don't let them hit you. Perfect advice.
What else can you tell me about hunting?
A lot, but it'll cost you more than a beer. If you know how, you can take the creature's teeth, claws, and skin. It's hard to get them, but they are valuable. At least every merchant will trade those things with you.
Teach me your ways, master. 100 ore? I have 1. I also don't have skill points. Okay, Drax. Should I be taking notes? Are they recorded somewhere? I have a journal. Oh, do I? Is it J.N.? Tutor outside the camps. The rogue Drax offered to teach me about the gutting of animals if I can pay his prices. Merchant in the old camp. The rogue Mordrag sells all sort of... Okay. Admission to the old camp. I mean, yeah, but... it's not really... it doesn't really hold too many details, does it? He hunts on the way from Trading Square to the old... I guess I will be able to understand what those mean. He hunts on the way from the Trading Square to the old camp. It doesn't mean anything to me right now, but maybe it will. So if I hunt these scavengers, will they be angry with me? Let's give it a try.
Put the weapon away! Put it away!
Okay.
I'm serious. Away with it!
Why?
Lucky for you, but I would have enjoyed polishing your mug. I'm not listening to all that blather anymore.
Okay. Let's try something like this. Let's go this way. It's actually one of the simpler keys, it's spacebar.
Save game.
Save game, okay. I am guessing once I hunt, they will be angry with me. And that's exactly what I want to test. I'm ready. Come here. Whoa! They're all here. They just ganged up on me. I couldn't learn what I wanted to learn though. Things were definitely angry, yeah. Hello, Emelandil. So can I lure this one? Maybe. Come on. I'm not being fast enough with the sword somehow. Okay, we will not do this right now. Let's not bother with this right now. There are too many. No, turn around. Oh, they are helping me. Okay. So I need a pan and fire to cook that meat. Mold rats over there. 2 chickens here. More chickens here. Oh no. No, stop. Ooh, wow. Okay. So I shouldn't get close. So my original strategy is better. If I stay away. Is it stuck? No. That wasn't good at all. Well, I'll take it. Hell mushrooms. They sound healthy. Hey, Woozy. How are you, Woozy? Good to see you. Let's eat some blueberries. So what does hell mushrooms do? Well, it heals, but it might have other effects. Orc leaf, 26 heal. Gothic, how is the game treating you? It is... I'm trying to still get used to it. It's better than I imagined it would be. At least I'm able to kill some enemies. But it's not easy. It's not the style of game that I'm used to. Okay, come here. I'm ready. Are you coming? Come here. Oh, come on. Come on, attack faster. So I need to get this rhythm right. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Oh. Ruined. If I can get this rhythm right. But it's very easy to make a mistake. Like panic and press too fast, and then I lose the rhythm. Let's try this one as well. Level up! We gotta level up. It takes a little time to get used to, yeah. Oh. Is that a dragonfly?
Level up.
I wish I healed when I leveled up. Is it night? Is this night music? What is that? Is that a spider? Is it a wolf? Looks like a wolf. Probably don't want to be there. Just wandering off into the dark scared forest. I'm not scared of anything. More mold rats. Who killed those? I didn't kill these. Let's just go into the settlement. I think that is the old camp. Hello, sir.
What are you doing here?
What's it look like? Regarding the bridge, of course. We make sure that no beasts cross the bridge.
What are you doing here?
What's it look like? We make...
Have you got any advice for me?
Yeah, don't go in the forest on your own. Unless you're strong enough to fight off all the beasts.
I am.
Make sure you get to the old camp. They're holding a pickaxe for you. Let me pass.
Hello.
Hi, I'm new here.
How nice for you.
Is that the old camp over there?
No, that's the new camp. The old camp is underneath the bridge.
Let me pass.
Let you pass, you're standing there.
Marmalade.
Catmas.
Catmas Gaming is still here after 14 months, and has just resubscribed. You are an awesome guy. Keep it up less than 3.
I will keep it up less than 3. Thank you so much, Catmas. That really means a lot that you say that. And thank you so much for the resub as well. It's great to see you as always. How are you doing, buddy? Let's try to fight this chicken. So, can I defend maybe? How does defend work? Got to find that out. Can I just defend like this, or do I have to defend in time? You have to walk away for a bit. Something came up. No worries at all, Woozy. No worries. I hope it's nothing serious. And welcome back. Walking only works on weapons. Okay, not on biting monsters. You're doing great today. Just a little headache, but you're fine. Gotta have a beer or two. If you got hangover, you need to drink more. Sorry about the headache. I'm glad it's not too bad. Hello, sir. Oh.
What are you doing out here?
I want to be left in peace, so get lost.
Fine. Will they be angry? No, they don't care that I'm looting their food. Good. For those you have to learn to dodge and strafe. Okay. You learn as in skills?
Why are you here and not in the camp?
I'm waiting for a friend to return from the mine. He owes me some ore. I can't turn up in the camp without the ore. I couldn't pay the protection money for the guards, and then things would get real heavy for me.
Will you be angry if I loot your chest? Probably not. Oh, it's empty. It's a real life skill, not in game. Okay. Well, let's give it a go. So. If I press Alt, I can jump, dodge back, or strafe like this. Is that what you mean? I can't seem to do anything else. Maybe it's shift? No, it's not shift. I guess it's Alt. Last time you played Gothic, you messed up your pinky bad. Oh, you were pretty young, so you never thought to remap the keys. You're pressing the left control button with your pinky. Oh, that's what I'm doing as well. But I always do it. I think my pinky is trained from years of pressing control. Actually, that's a good point. Do you folks remap the keys for this game? And if so, how do you remap them? What do you do? Okay, let's see if our character knows how to swim. What? What? How do I swim? Dude. What are you doing? What's happening? I have no idea what's going on. Can you just get to the surface? Oh, okay. So Alt. What is this? What's this? What's happening? Definitely the best implemented system is swimming. Yeah, exactly. So how do you swim? You are supposed to hold some button, you can't remember which. So, at the surface of the water, I can swim like normal movement. Alt down brings you up. Oh, I see. Out, down. But how do I swim when I'm... Okay, so I have learned how to get to the surface. Also, the water is flowing. No, not that way. Okay, not towards the mosquitoes. Holding up with nothing continues to your forward. So, if I die, how do I swim? Okay. But this just... It's a little bit weird. Okay, I understand now. I can hold Alt to swim under the water. And if I get to the surface, I can use the movement keys. Clip created. Thank you, Draven. Feel free to send it to Discord as well, the Clips channel. I would appreciate it if you could. Wondering what PC case you should get. I have the, what was it? NZ HZ? I forgot the brands, but it's saying H510, 510 Flow. It's a very good case. I don't think I can handle the 2 chickens right now. I'm bleeding. I probably infected all my wounds swimming in the river.
Where do you think you're going?
To the camp.
You ain't come to make trouble, have you?
Diego says I'm to meet him in the camp.
Okay, in you go then.
Any news?
Nah, everything's the same as ever. Let me pass.
What do you do all day?
I make sure no one gets in if Gomez don't want them to. So don't make trouble when you're inside or you won't be going nowhere.
I actually murdered everything I ran into. Well, for the most part.
Let me pass.
Yeah, welcome back.
Same old story every time.
Do you need an extra man?
You must be one of the new ones, eh? If you're looking for a camp to join, try the second movies. They're not fussy about who they take on. We don't take just anyone. Not unless you want to go digging in the old mine.
To be fair, it was a pack of 5 chickens, and I killed one.
Who calls the shots around here?
Thoris is the one that makes sure things don't fall apart. He's right under Gomez.
I'm new here.
So I see.
How's things?
You make trouble here,
how's things?
You get punished.
How's things, yo?
What do you call trouble?
Most diggers pay us to protect them. If you mess with one of them, we'll deal with you. If I catch you rummaging around in other people's huts.
Okay, I get the point.
It's really not my problem.
Same old story every
Where can I find Thoris?
He usually stands at the castle entrance.
The body language is amazing.
People always talk.
Where can I find Diego?
During the day, he's usually at the castle entrance with Thoris.
Who calls the shots around here?
Thoris is the one that makes sure things don't fall apart. He's right on.
I'm new here.
So I see.
How's things?
You make trouble here?
I'm not involved.
What do you call trouble?
Most diggers pay us to protect them. If you mess with one of them, we'll deal with you. If I catch you rummaging around in other people's huts.
Okay, I get the point.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
Brotherhood to Talus to Phallus.
There was a time when things were not very different.
Hey, you!
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
So, you do know what's good for you.
Wow.
Same old story every time.
Why am I stirring this? So let's see. Can I put stuff in this to cook it? No, I dropped it on the ground. It's becoming a chef, yeah. We start the first lesson, how to stir the water.
You're very probably right. Well, there was a time when things would have gone very badly, is what you tell me.
Does anyone care that I'm here? Okay. If you can use an object with something, it will be used automatically. Okay.
That wasn't very clever.
Hey, you!
Hello.
You got no...
Sorry. No, open it. Is it locked? That sounds good. The pick lock has broken. What did I do? Did I lose my chance to lock this one? You want to save scum when you find the lock so you can brute force the combination. When did I save? I should have saved. Okay, let's... I may not always save scum, but I need to learn the system, so... Exactly. Why did... Okay. It got too bright for a second.
What do you do all day?
I make some...
Where do you think you're going?
To the camp.
You ain't...
Do you...
Okay.
Save scumming is not necessary. There are more than enough lockpicks in the game. So I thought... I didn't realize I had one lockpick. I thought I broke the lock. That is why I reloaded, actually. Good old chance-based lockpicking. How I do not miss you, yeah.
Do you need an...
You must... We...
Maybe.
Who called...
First.
How's...
You... If you mess... If I...
Okay.
Hang on.
How's it going?
You look...
You
shouldn't believe everything you hear.
He...
There must be something about that story after all.
You're
very probably right.
If you think.
Hey, you!
Are you talking to me?
I'm warning you, people like you can get into trouble awfully quick round here.
What do you mean, people like me?
Most of the guys they chuck in here are bastards. They think they can do what they like to you, but we won't allow that. Gomez wants some peace in the camp, and we guards make sure he gets it. But it's a job that doesn't come cheap. That's why I'm asking you for some ore. Look on it as a kind of token of friendship. You help us, and we'll help you. If you get in trouble, we'll be there for you.
Is that a threat?
On the contrary, it's an offer of friendship.
Maybe.
You mean you want me to pay protection money? No thanks. I can take care of myself.
Have it your own way, kid. You'll soon regret turning down a friendly offer.
I doubt that's ever like
10 ore. I don't have 10
See
ore.
ya.
Take care of yourself, kid.
Let's talk about somebody.
I think I just made a mistake, probably. Let's see if he can steal this. Oh! He's in here now.
Hi, I'm new here.
I'm Graham. I draw maps. I haven't seen you here before. What do you want?
I'd like to buy a map.
Sure. What are you thinking of? The more you can see on a map, the more expensive it is.
What do you mean? What are the... Where are the item icons? Are we bugged? Are we bugged in some way? Let's try restarting the game.
I'd like to buy a map.
Sure. What are you thinking?
No, it's not being fixed.
Be right back.
See you in a bit, Parrot.
Hey, you. You've been lucky there.
Sorry, sir.
Hey, you!
Okay.
Clever boy.
So I think last time we came here, people were more dispersed. Now everyone is in their house. Gems like durability in their creations, even bugs like these, people still have to reset. Yeah. Sly.
New here, are you? I don't know your face. I'm Sly. I have a job on offer for a newcomer.
You have a job for me? What is it?
One of our guards has disappeared. He's called Neck. He might have gone over to the new camp. You're new here, and you'll get around quite a lot, so keep your eyes peeled. If you find him, I'll speak up for you in the camp.
What good will your speaking up for me do?
If you want to join the camp, you need people to speak up for you. If I speak up for you with Diego, that'd be a great help for you.
I'll see if I can find him.
If you meet Fletcher, ask him about Neck. He's taken over his district since Neck disappeared.
Where will I find him?
His district is the district of the arena.
So how do you sneak? Maybe you have to learn to sneak.
Hey, you!
Alright, alright.
Hey, you! Wait. The right decision.
How many houses do you have?
How often have I told you bastards not to run through my hut?
You never did it.
What's your problem?
Leave me alone, man. Everyone's a problem with me. It all started when I built my hut. Don't build your hut close to the ditch, they said. But none of these bastards told me what would happen if I still did it. When I came back from the mine a few days ago, I had a second door. Those pigs, I hate them. I can't tell you how much I hate them. Now everybody runs through my hut. Every idiot.
Why did you build it here?
What's your problem?
Leave me alone. It all...
Hey, you. You've been lucky there.
Hey, you! Hey, you!
Clever boy.
So they are angry no matter which house I go in. Oh, there's a pan. Oh. No. Wait, do I have to wait? When do I understand that it's cooked? No waiting necessary. Is this how you cook the meat? 1 and the 2 and the 1 and the 2 and the 3 and the 4. No, I don't think this is the way. Chicken dinosaur. No, they are actually cooking Well, we have cooked 14 at least. Half a second, okay. Oh, did I cook all of them? Hey, we have a lot of cooked meat. Let's eat some. We should work like that in real life. Wait, it works like that in real life for me. I put it on, pick it back up, and it's done.
If you don't listen, you've been lucky there.
Hang on. I hear you've spoken to Bloodwind.
Why? What do you want?
It was real cool of you to refuse to pay him protection money. It means we're all gonna have to pay your share as well. I'll make sure you remember next time he asks you.
What? What the heck?
Boring fight.
Try that again and you'll regret it.
Try what again? Why did you kill me?
How often have I told you bastards not to run through my hut?
Well, let's cook the meat again. He didn't kill you. He didn't kill me. No, I died.
Put the...
Sorry, I was just trying to cook some meat. I accidentally took out my weapon. I know it doesn't make any sense to you, but it makes a lot of sense to everyone else. Humans have to finish you off, normally just knock you out. Okay, wow. He didn't cool the ground, okay. This is amazing, I love this. I'm going to try this next time I cook some meat. Okay, they are all cooked. You also have to coup de grace humans if you want them dead. Okay. Wow.
Hang on.
Why? What do you want?
It was real cool of you to refuse. It means we're all... I'll make sure...
No. No, what?
He's had enough. Try that again and you'll regret it.
I can win this. I can win this. He's stealing my things.
Poor jerk. You don't even have ore on you.
Of course I don't. Why do you think I refuse to pay? What are you doing? What did he do? Am I ready for the remaster of this game? I don't know. This is the first time I'm playing the original. He joined the pillar, following the example of the art sign. Okay, let's kill this guy. He deserves it.
Hang on.
Why?
It means we're all... I'll make sure...
Put the weapon down.
What do you mean put the weapon down? He's trying to kill me, don't you see?
Put that thing away or you're done for.
He's had enough. Try that again and you'll regret it.
I will kill you. One more try.
Hang on.
Why?
It means I'll make sure.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Come here.
Ah, a fight! Ah, a fight!
He escaped.
Put...
Stop.
Put the... Come on, put...
Come here. Come here. You can't run away forever. I'm gonna get ya. I'm gonna get ya. Come here.
Thought that had cleared up ages ago. Some people
Put the weapon down.
I thought.
Put the weapon down.
Hey.
Same old story. Very clever.
What? What? Look, oh, I was looking at chat. I was looking at the chat. How are you alive?
Is that enough?
You're very probably
There you go. That's what you get.
There was a time when things would have gone very differently.
Let.
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago. People.
Sorry, sir.
Learn.
It's a nice situation for some reason.
Some people.
That wasn't very clever.
Hold it.
What's up?
You can't enter the castle
What do you
without
mean?
permission.
I'm in here. I'm trying to
Now get
exit.
out of here.
I am trying to get out. Okay.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Grim Dawn.
Oh,
New
hey,
critical
Veru.
hits boost. Veru
Welcome,
Mamo just
Veru.
boosted Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Veru Mamo just boosted NWNT.
Pain will only be passing.
New
You should
critical hits
survive the
boost.
process.
Veru Mamo just boosted Dark Lands.
Thank you for the luck, Veru. Hey,
New
Zero Nine.
critical
Good to
hits
see you.
boost. NIXED242 just boosted Dark Lands. New critical hits boost.
Dark Sunday.
NIXED242 just boosted Dark Sunday.
You love Aranicus' voice, yeah. Ooh, Anachronox, but you mistyped the comment there. Welcome, Zero Nine. How are you? See you in a bit, Veru.
I like food.
New critical hits boost. NIXED242 just boosted Anachronox.
Thank you for the boost as well, next.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Sacred.
I'm doing well, enjoying Gothic.
New critical hits boost.
We just started today.
Woozy Dice just boosted the Elder Scrolls 3.
Just started
Morrowind.
now. It's really funny. I don't know how to play the game at all, so it's creating some funny interactions. Thank you for the boost, Woozy.
New critical hits must. Parrotwise just musted return to Kronder.
And thank you for the boosts and the moosts, Parrots. Much appreciated, everyone. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, you! Aren't you the guy who wants to join the camp?
What if I am?
I could help you.
And how?
There are two guys sitting around outside the camp. One of them has stolen something from the ore barons. It's a precious amulet, which should have arrived with the last convoy. One of them should still be in possession of the amulet. If we attack them together, we should manage. I couldn't do it on my own.
New critical
What do you
hits
say?
boost.
Dealer's
Amalanduel
choice.
just boosted Dealer's Choice.
Dealer's choice. No, I don't trust this guy. I think he lies.
What will happen when we have the amulet?
That's an easy one. I'll return it and get the reward. I'll tell him you helped me. Then you'll be in Gomez's good books for sure.
Some people never learn.
No, it's either 50-50 or you can do it on your own.
Okay, 50-50. I suppose it'll be enough for the two of us anyway. So,
Hey, Bogu.
can I count on you?
Welcome, Bogu. Should I help this guy? Okay, let's do
Count
the
me
dealer's
in.
choice. Wait, no.
All right, just
No.
tell me when we can start.
I didn't want to count you. Count me in. Okay, not yet. Not yet. Let's go back to dealer's choice. How are you, Bogu? Good to see you. We started Gothic, as you see. I think my dealer's choice is going to be game deck. We'll go with game deck. Thank you for the opportunity, Malandro. You can't influence your decision, it will do backseating.
New critical
well,
hits
the game made the choice
Bogu
for me.
_Bogu just musted this, but the other one.
The other one. We got the Gothic 2 now, already in the 15th place.
Same old story every time. It was obviously
People are
Okay, so I was looking around. A wizard is never late, nor is he early. Well, but you are not a wizard, are you, Bogu? So, Bogu, I refused to pay the protection money, and one of the guys decided to attack me, and I beat him. Are you proud? Let's say, by the way.
How often have I told you bastards not to run through my hut?
Yes, you are. Thank you. That's all I ever wanted.
Hey, you. I learned you didn't want to pay protection money to Bloodwyn. What do you want? To warn you. Bloodwyn paid some people. They're gonna do you in. I saw how he talked to people like Herrick over there, and God knows who else he hired.
It's a little
Your
late.
warning about Herrick is a bit late. He must have talked to somebody else as well. That much I know, so do take care.
You want to cast a spell? I want to cast a spell.
Oh, grindstone.
Put the...
Sorry.
So, you do know what's good for you.
I'm just trying to sharpen my weapon.
Put the weapon down.
How do you do it? Can you use this?
So, you do know...
It's not working. Okay, let's save again. Let's steal the Herrick stuff. Oh no. Well, I can reload now. Blood everywhere. Well, it's not my blood. Left. Right. I want to be able to successfully pick one lock. I'm not going to save scum all the time. Left, right. Ah. That's a lot of reloads already. Left, right. Is it all left? Left. It was all left. Yeah. Exactly. It's going to be a lot more. I don't think this is helping us.
Hey, you! Clever
Sorry,
boy.
Oh. Can I sleep? Okay. So we lost the lockpick. Good. Why do they lock all their chests? It's as if they don't trust the other people in the colony.
Hey, that's what you
No, dude, I'm trying to get out.
The right decision.
Thank you for it.
The right decision.
Okay.
It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
If that's what you really want.
So, you do know what's good for you.
Yep.
Hang on. Better not go rushing into anything.
Wasn't very clever.
I'd better keep out of it.
It's the same story.
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
That's really not my problem.
It's locked.
Somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes. I better keep out.
Some people never
There was
learn.
a time when things would have gone very differently.
I'm not listening to all that
doubt that's ever
blathering
likely to
anymore.
So we can go down.
That's really not my... It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
You got that torch if it's too dark, yeah. It's alright. Dexter.
Hey, you! I trade in swamp weed and potions from the sect camp. Do you want something?
What is swamp weed?
New here, are ya? You can smoke it. Very relaxing for most of us.
I want to join the camp. I want to become a shadow. What? What's a shadow?
Show me your goods.
I got the best stuff here.
You clever boy.
A shadow is a dark spot to the opposite of where light hits something or someone. Ah, okay. Shadows are the dudes in red armors. Okay. There's a tumbler. No.
Hey, you!
No, get out.
Ah, new face.
What do you want?
I want to offer you help. You're new here and the new ones always get into trouble. You could save yourself a lot by making a small donation.
I don't have
Just
anything
10
to
ore,
donate.
man. It ain't much to ask.
No.
And what do I get out of it?
While you're in my district, I'll protect you. If you get into any trouble with the guys from the new camp, or if one of the sect loonies gets on your nerves, you
I'm
can
below
count
zero,
on me.
yeah.
If you have bother with one of the diggers, we'll help whichever one of you has paid. It's as simple as that.
And what if both have paid?
Then we sit back and watch the show, but that don't happen too often.
More clips. The Draven's clip.
What if I don't pay?
Hey
Thank you,
man,
Draven, for the
don't
clip, and
stress
thank you, Pat, for
yourself.
sharing.
You're a newcomer. Take a look around. Collect a bit of ore, and when you're ready to pay, then pay. You can do it anytime, but don't count on my help until you've made your contribution to my expenses. I'm sure you'll understand.
I'll see you later.
Just you take care of yourself.
More clips.
The right decision.
Okay. Wait, I'm not in a house. This is a ruin. And I was trying to be sneaky. Hey, newcomer. I'm Mordrag. You should remember that name. You can buy any kind of goods from me at a cheap price. Show me your goods.
Show me your goods.
Choose something.
Teeth. Oh, did I get the guy's teeth? Maybe. Plates. I'm assuming this is junk. Or nuggets. I got two pick locks. What's a tumbler?
Junk.
Is this useful or is it junk? Tumbler. Wait, what am I doing? I'm buying from the guy. I don't want to buy from the guy. All Drax goes on the left, your goes on the right. Yeah. I just figured it out. Wooden spoon is probably useless. So is tumbler useful? Coin. I've got coin. you have 13 hours spent on something useful, please. Is Tumblr useful? I'm not buying anything. I tell you about that, but I'm asking. Pure garbage. Navigating the user interface for buying stuff was the biggest challenge for you in this game. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Tumblr is useless? Okay. This is a bit weird. The menus. So this is... Do I have anything that is valued at 1? Absolute crap. Looking forward to redeeming this when we play Might and Magic 8. Can train to know the controls in time, it's not so bad. Okay. I have 23 ore now. What's that sound? Meat bug.
Meat bag.
Meat bag. Come on. Come here. Come here. Just step on it. Step on it. What are you doing?
Can I help you find anything?
Permission to backseat.
What about Boo? About combat? Yeah. I'd be happy to hear it. And what were you going to backseat about, Vero? Economics. It's easier to hit them if you unarm your weapon. Yeah, actually I killed a few, but I was trying to understand if the sword would work. About economics. How so? What do you mean? You were only half joking about meatbags being the hardest enemy in the game. Are they hard to target? Is that the problem? Oh, there are more here. It's on cooldown. No, I mean... I'm letting you.
Hey, you!
What are you doing on the table? Of course I like money. What do you mean? Who doesn't like money? This is about leveling priorities for making money. Oh, okay, so don't tell me that. No. I have a guess though. There was some sort of training that we could pick up to recover teeth, skin, and stuff like that from hunted animals. Is that what you are going to suggest? If it's that, then feel free to confirm. If not, don't tell me yet. Because I probably haven't come across what you are going to suggest, which I don't want to hear now.
I'm new here.
More
Who
money,
are
more
you?
problems.
I'm Kareem. You must have just been booted in here, or else you'd have heard of me. I'm the best fighter this damned camp has ever seen.
You only say that spawns in the world don't respawn except between chapters. Ah, okay. Skelly. Can we speak? You just use an exploit to make infinite money and that worked just fine for you as a kid.
What's your job here?
I'm in charge of the arena. I organize the bets, hire new fighters, you know.
Okay, well, I think I gotcha. I think.
I want to join the camp. Can you help me?
I might be able to, if you manage to impress me. Some of the best fighters from all three camps come here to compete against each other. Challenge one of them to a fight. I'll watch you, and if you're good, maybe I'll think about it.
I thought the old camp and the new camp didn't get on. So why do you let their people fight here?
It's simple. There's fights here once a week, and the diggers always like to see one of the rogues from the new camp get flattened. If one of them fights, there's more bets, and that's good for business. Personally, I can't stand the swines from the new camp. But business is business.
So glad I'm getting in this. Well, the community has spoken.
Do you train fighters at all?
Yeah, but not just for fun. If you want me to train you, you'll have to pay for it.
50R. Gothic 2's UI is significantly better. I am sure we will get that game selected as well.
Hi, I'm new here.
You don't say. Tell me about the outside world. It's been over a month since I heard anything from outside. I'm Kurgo. I fight in the arena.
Are you good?
At fighting? I haven't been doing it for long, but I've already won a fight.
We are not going to fight right now.
Hey, you!
Okay, dude, okay. Jeez. You have only tried Elex, which is the newest iteration of the formula by the same company. Gothic Reason and Elex are unique in art. I played quite a bit of Elex, actually. It was very, very difficult for me. But I managed to make some slow progress.
Well, how's it going?
What do you want?
Kurgo looks like a pushover. I'm sure you could crash him. Okay, the way you say it makes me believe it's quite the opposite.
Well, how's it going?
What do you want?
I want to know what this camp has to offer.
Then you better ask the diggers. They don't have anything to do all day anyway.
Who's the boss of this place?
Diego's what you might call the head of the shadows. But Thoris decides who gets to see Gomez.
I don't want to join the shadows, by the way.
Where can I find Thoris?
He usually stands at the castle entrance.
Where can I find Diego?
During the day, he's usually at the castle entrance with Thoris.
How much does this camp exist? I want to go take a bio break and I can't because it's not ending. Okay, I will actually go take a bio break. Let's save. Let's stop the timer. I shall be back in less than 5 minutes. I'm going to run some ads to disable pre-rolls as usual, and I'm also going to play some clips for you to enjoy while I'm away. When I'm back, we are going to continue, and stay tuned. Thank you for your patience as always, and I shall be back in less than 5 minutes.
I have the ingredients you asked for.
Wonderful. Hand them over. There you go. Tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It works wonders.
Thank you very much.
What she actually did behind the scenes is just picked up the flowers and... There you go. That's how you prepare medicine. Chat, if you're in a building that's coming down like this, if you hear explosions and rocks falling,
What if the power went out?
don't take the elevator. Virgil is right. I didn't expect him to say that though. I will enter this room, not that. Okay, I changed my mind. What is that? Grandmaster level grenade throwery. Oh, Jedi. Uh-oh. Bye.
Cardinal Gianelli.
That was amazing.
I don't think he's catching up on his paperwork.
That's very odd. He never uses the factory entrance.
I think we need to follow him.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
I think I have found one of your druids. Steadfast Orlane has returned. It is good to have him back in the circle. Here is your 300 gold ray. You are overjoyed to welcome back dear Bree. Here is your 300 gold ray. My dear friend Terrari's return was welcomed by the Grove. Here is your 300 gold ray. Nature herself is impressed with your abilities. Here is your 300 gold ray. Thank you for rescuing all of the druids. I have great hope for the spirit of the woods. Good luck.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
Oh, is it the jump? Can I fall on the first aid kits and get healed? Yes! However, the net result is still, it costs. Find the entrance to the cellar on the ground floor of the rat house. Oh! What? What? Okay, we are a good snake, but he basically bumped into us. How? Okay, I'm back. Did Mitchell forget to run that? No, I didn't. You didn't get that? That's nice. You should be lucky. You're learning about plant power massacre. Massacre? Mascara? Mascara? That's key for you. Definitely a medium mess now, but... Okay, let's start the timer. Alright, let's see. Water buckets. Don't... Okay. I guess I can't do anything with the water.
Hey, you!
Sorry.
Get out of it! You're learning fast.
These guys, they are so trigger happy.
How's things?
One
Not
item
bad.
received.
If you can cook well, you have many friends here. Would you like some of my rice stew?
Thanks.
You could do me a favor.
What can I do for you?
You must be used to good food. I have a new recipe. Meat bug ragu a la snaff with rice and
Oh, it's
mushrooms.
snaff, not chef.
You can have as much as you want, but I still need 3 meat bugs and some hell mushrooms. 5 should be
I think
enough.
I have 3.
Sounds good.
Then go and see you get me the things. The last one I sent just hasn't come back.
This is why
Must
something
have
through killing all those
deserted
meat
to the
bags
new
is so
camp.
important. Okay.
Who was the guy you sent before me?
His name was Neck. He was pretty discontented here. I think he's in the new camp now. I sent him to collect mushrooms, but he didn't come back.
I'll stick with you no matter what.
Hey, Trick Me. How are you, Trick Me? Good to see you. Welcome.
Where can I find hell
No
mushrooms?
Cthulhu today.
If you leave through the south gate, that's the collapsed tower. You'll see a plane directly in front of you. There's mushrooms growing there.
I got the mushrooms.
Where can I find meat bugs?
Everywhere where there's garbage laying around. You should be able to find some at the deserted huts near the castle wall. Don't get confused by their ugly looks. Once cooked, they are tasty.
So I think I have 2, yes. But there was one more, which I didn't kill. Let's go back. I'm having a pretty good day so far. This game has been funny since we started. I mean, me making mistakes is what's making it funny. Otherwise, the game is pretty serious in its tone. But yeah, I'm having a good time. I think there was one. That didn't happen. Do I have the quest? Okay. Let's find the meat bug first. No one saw anything, exactly. Nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I won't challenge you. Why would I challenge you? Okay, I think the meat bugs were here. There.
Bag.
Just, come on, just step on it. Alright. You got the 3 meat bug meats. Let's see. The camera is a little weird. You can sort of look around with the mouse, but it also turns your character around and it's slow. Oh yeah, how am I here? I made a full circle. Oh, I'm at the end. Is this the chef now? Is this the guy?
Hey, you, that was lucky. That was luck. That's the way you wanted it.
Can we talk, sir?
Damn.
Sir?
Why did you wake me up?
Can you come towards me, please? Come on. 1 step. 2 steps. Here, I'm here, sir. Thank you.
How's things?
Not would you like?
Thanks.
You
Sounds good.
Thank you,
Then go and see you get me the things. The last one I... Don't get to...
I have the things you wanted from me.
Good. I just have to add them. Then the stew will be ready. Wait.
Did he just say wait and go to sleep? Sir?
Hey, you. That was lucky.
You told me I could have as much stew as I wanted.
And that's true. Here, take 3 portions.
You told me I could have as much stew as I wanted.
Sure, but there's nothing left today. Come back tomorrow.
Okay, so I can get 3 every day. He also went to a fireplace. It's so interesting. No, it's not. It's actually very interesting. Meat bug ragouts. It doesn't heal for much. It's terrible. Infinite stew to break the game economy. I guess if I keep sleeping and, you know, wasting time, I could do it off stream. Farm stew, sell them. It's free, what do you want? Would you eat everything just because it's free? I mean, I suppose if you needed, if you were out of options, you would, right? You're used to dumpster dive. Yeah, if you need to. If that's your only... Oh, Diego is here.
Tell me something about the old camp.
It's the biggest and most powerful of the 3 camps. Gomez and his guys control the camp and thereby the whole ore trade. Once a month, the king sends us everything we need. We've got the old guy in our grip, you understand? He sends us wine, bread, meat, weapons, everything. You can also get some of it. All you have to do is join Gomez's people.
What about the 2 other camps?
The 2 other camps split up to pursue their crazy escape plan. There's the new camp in the west of the colony, where the mages think they can just detonate the barrier as soon as they've scraped enough ore together. And then there's the sect loonies in the east. Their camp is in the middle of the swamp, and they're praying to their idol to set them free. He hasn't responded so far. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time on those madcaps.
Tell me more about the barrier.
There isn't much to tell. It's impenetrable.
What happens if I just walk out of here?
The last one who tried that reached the other side a dead man. This damn barrier lets you in, but you'll never get out of here.
If there's a way out, I'll find it.
You're already in a rush to get out of here? But you've only just arrived.
Take care.
What? Good. Don't do that again.
So he gets angry when I'm inside. He doesn't get angry that I'm stealing his plates and tumblers. I don't have lockpicks. Wait, I do have lockpicks though. I have 2 lockpicks. Why am I not able to attempt? Friendship has its limits, Mitchell. Surprise, you cannot steal in my house as well. What do you mean? I just did though. I just stole. He didn't care. I took the plate from under his nose and walked out of the doorway, and he was like, good. You are learning, smart boy, or something like that. He doesn't care that I steal his things, but he cares when I'm in his house. As long as I can reach inside, it's fine. Smoking some swamp grass. Okay, next. Thank you so much for the lurk. Enjoy the swamp grass. So... Oh, I don't have lockpicks. Okay, I got confused. The guy was selling lockpicks.
I'm not listening to all that blathering anymore.
People always talk.
Yeah, that is what I wanted to do. What are you doing? Climb!
That won't happen again.
You have to watch
What is this?
tell people.
I guess we cannot climb on this. That's why he does that move. Maybe we can jump on it.
That's not really my problem.
But keep it to yourself. People don't need to know it.
Why am I not able to jump?
People always talk.
Hold it.
What's up?
You can't enter the castle without permission. Now get out of here.
I wasn't trying to enter the castle. Okay. I guess we cannot jump on this. I'm not trying anymore. It's not working.
Wasn't very clever. As long as I'm not involved.
I'd better keep out of it.
I doubt that.
I doubt it's ever likely to
Bail.
change.
I'm new here. Who are you?
I am Baal Taran of the Brotherhood of the Sleeper.
There's a way to see a band playing a song on that place. What's the moderate sheet? I don't know. I have no idea.
What is the Brotherhood of the Sleeper?
We're a community of believers in a new faith. Our camp is situated in the east, in the swamp. I've come to preach the words of the Sleeper to strangers like you.
Who is the Sleeper?
The Sleeper is our Redeemer. He disclosed himself 5 years ago through Iberian, our master. Since then, we have renounced the 3 gods. And you should do so as well. The gods just stood by and watched while we were exiled to this prison. But the Sleeper will lead us to freedom.
How do I get to the Brotherhood's camp?
I'm busy, but Baal Parvez should be somewhere in this camp as well. He's near the marketplace, on the other side of the castle. I believe he's even got his own hut there.
Tell me about the Sleeper's teachings.
The Sleeper is a powerful being, maybe even more powerful than Innos, the god of light. He is with us in spirit, but his power is still limited. He has been sleeping for 1,000 years, but now the moment of his awakening is near. He has chosen us to be witnesses to his awakening and to spread his word. So listen, all those who join the Sleeper will have immortal souls, but those who are against him will be punished. But the Sleeper is compassionate and sends proof of his might to all who doubt him.
How does your God prove his might?
He speaks to us through visions. Whoever hears his voice no longer doubts his might. If you take the weed which grows in the swamp, you will be close to the Sleeper and able to hear him. Some people even see images.
I see.
Do you make tea out of the weed?
What will the way to freedom look like?
We are preparing a great invocation of the Sleeper, in which all novices create the contact together. In this invocation, the Sleeper will reveal the path to freedom.
That's how you sell weed.
I need to get into the castle. Can you help me?
I fear I cannot, brother. The only ones among us who may enter the castle are those who supply the weed to Gomez. We gather swamp weed and sell part of it to the old camp in exchange for goods from the outside world. If you were one of the couriers working for Kor Kalom, you could get into the castle. But for that, you would need to be one of us. What do you want to do in the castle anyway?
I want to meet somebody there.
Do you? Who? And why don't you just wait until he comes out?
That's none of your business.
Fine, man. I just wanted to help.
I don't trust you. And I don't trust your intentions. So, I suppose the next thing to do actually, let's go speak to the two guys outside about the amulet thing. I cannot. But maybe if I kill them, I can get the reward by myself.
I've warned you before. Keep your...
Yo.
Try that again and you'll regret it.
You don't have any ore? Doesn't seem to be your lucky day today.
Let's reload. Okay. Let's take the guy's quest. Oh, he has gone to sleep though, isn't he? I don't have a bed to spend time, I think. I cannot go in. So is there a waiting mechanism in the game? Other than sleeping in a bed? Because I think that's what the manual told us. Need to find a bed to sleep to pass time. Okay, so there is no other way. What is that thing? Oh. I don't have a map. And I don't remember where we came from. Oh, okay. They are here.
I thought...
What else can you tell me?
A lot, if you know how. At least...
These are so expensive. I need 50.
You're demanding a lot for your advice.
Possibly, but you can earn a lot of ore with this knowledge. All the animals you kill without knowing how to cut them up will just rot away. That's a wasted opportunity of skinning them and selling the fur at a high price.
I have one skill
point. If I were you, I'd try to gain this knowledge as soon as possible.
I intend to. I have one skill point, so I'm going to use it to learn one of them. I guess I have stuff to sell. I just need to find the merchants. I got a few extra pickaxes and stuff. But 50 is quite a lot of ores. Maybe there's a mine where we can just go and farm the ore. Or mine the ore. Early game economic woes are part and parcel of the game. That's fine. I enjoy the early game money difficulties. I mean, I enjoy overcoming the difficulties. To overcome them, they have to exist in the first place.
I thought that'd be... Same old story every time.
So we can wait for the morning and take the quest to attack the two guys resting outside, to take the amulet and get the reward money. We got the guy to agree to 50-50.
People always talk.
The other thing we can do is we can do this. I need to challenge one of the fighters and beat them. We can look for Neck, but I think Neck joined the new camp. That's what they said. And there is not much else that we can do.
Hey, you! Clever boy.
Sorry, sir. Okay. It's becoming morning already.
Hey, you! You've been lucky there.
Can I walk like a little bit? No, I don't want to take a full step. I don't think it's easy to set up.
Why have you woken
Let's not go to the guy's house. He gets angry.
Hey, you!
Now what?
The time's come for you to prove you're a true friend.
Thank you for the
Just
luck,
10
Johan.
ore and you're in. What do you say?
No.
See ya.
Take care of yourself, kid.
I already told you I'm not going to pay. I actually may have not looked in this area. How do you open a door? Maybe it's locked.
Nice.
Don't
Try that again.
What the heck? What was that? This game.
Damn. No ore.
Why? What is this? Should I stop giving people a reason to beat you? I didn't do anything. I wanted to knock on the door. Maybe. No particular reason, but do we know what the record is for reloads per hour? I think we would have to check Might and Magic 7. I had over close to 300, maybe more than 300 loads in that game. We would have to check the latest VOD, I don't know. But it's definitely the highest. This is amazing. Show me your goods.
Show me your goods.
Choose something.
We are right in his face asking to see his goods. Do we have anything to sell for 1 coin? I know. Okay, let me look at your goods. Arrows. No. I mean, I kind of want to buy the picklocks. Lockpicks. Why are they named picklocks? They should be named lockpicks. It's like Dirty Dancing. Right, Magic 7 ended at 7.45. Okay. This might be higher, honestly. In Might and Magic 7, there were some parts where I heavily save scammed to get good loot from a dragon. That boosted the reload count in that one. Like I reloaded 50 plus times in, I don't know, 2 minutes.
What are you doing here?
Me? I'm fighting for the glory of the sleeper.
You fight in the arena?
I was sent here from the swamp by my masters to fight for the sleeper. I'll fight here for his higher glory, so all infidels can see how strong his power has made me.
What is the sleeper?
You will find priests who'll be able to answer that question better than I can in our camp. I'll just tell you this much. The sleeper is our redeemer. He has led us to this place, and he'll get us out of here.
You mean you're waiting for your god to liberate you?
Yes, and the wait will soon be over. A great invocation is currently being
sleeper here in
prepared.
chat. Maybe we can get a poll at some point for old camp, new swamp, or favorite camp. Sure, we can start the poll. If Parrot is here, I think QP is away. I think Parrot is also away.
Could you describe the way to your camp?
There are always some novices around here in the old camp, willing to accompany newcomers like you to our camp. You only need to speak to them.
Could you describe the way to your camp?
There are always some
You fight in the...
I was sent here. I'll fight here for...
Can we fight?
What kind of invocation is it you're planning?
Our prophets say that the common invocation of the sleeper is the key to freedom. If you want to find out more about it, just come to our camp.
After we visit all three. Ah, okay. So, I thought you wanted people to say which camp they like the most, which we can start anytime. But yeah, we can certainly start it after I visit all three camps. I want to fight this guy if I can, in the arena. That doesn't seem to be an option though.
I was sent. I'll fight here.
This guy looks dangerous. Not everyone will have played Gothic. Yeah, you're right. It makes more sense to get the poll going after I visit all three. I think I will join the new camp though. I know we haven't visited the others, but from what we read in the manual and from how the story goes, I think the most interesting one to me is the new camp. How am I back here? So Kyrgo is the shadow fighter, the old camp fighter. This guy is the new camp fighter. And this guy is the sleeper fighter, but why can we not fight this one?
You fight in the arena?
I was sent here from... I'll fight here for his higher glory.
We cannot... We don't have the option to fight this guy like we have with the others. And this sun brightness effect is a little bit too much. Let's try this guy. I think he will probably kick my ass, but I would like to try. I'd like to...
I'd like to challenge you to a fight in the arena. What? But I don't want to fight. Why don't we just have a beer together and talk about the outside world?
Oh, this guy. He wants to be friends. Not everyone. You'd rather Mitral made his own choices. I will make my own choice, don't worry. The poll is just for people to say which one they like, not to make me choose the one that gets the most votes. And I already think I will choose the new camp.
Okay, give me a beer then.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'm afraid I can't tell you much about the outside world.
They kept me locked away in a dark hole for almost 2 months before throwing me in here.
That's a shame. Oh well, never mind.
You were intending
you're
you
still
to make
looking
a decision
pretty good for
me.
someone who's
you
been
weren't.
locked up
Okay,
for
yeah.
2 months.
I don't think you
I'd
were.
like it to stay that way too.
Then why do you insist on fighting one of us?
I want to get acknowledged in the camp.
By Scotty, you mean? He's one of the most influential men in the Outer Ring. You might be able to impress him by defeating me. But if you really want to impress him, it's Karim you need to beat. Only thing is, I'm afraid he might be too good for you. If you still want to fight me, let me know. But I won't enjoy knocking you out cold.
Yeah, let's try. Sir, can we fight?
Let's fight. Are you ready?
Follow me.
Oh, I have a nail club. Let's try this one.
Right. Let's get to it. May the best man win.
Whoa! What?
Don't try that again!
Wow, okay. That was a fight. Apparently. The game would have you believe it was a fight. What happens? I want to try something. Okay, why don't you wait there? You wait there. Sir, I'll challenge you.
I'll challenge you. Let's go to the arena.
I'll have you for breakfast, kid. Do yourself a favor and get lost.
You can win this fight if you'd like to really cement Gothic's place as #1 thriller.
So you don't get hurt, you coward?
Don't you have any better ideas, boy?
How about your mother's a sheep shagging...
Yeah, I guess she is.
At first I wanted to say something about your thin arms, but then I saw your ugly mug.
I think this is your last chance to finally get lost.
Let's think about it. No, there's nothing I can think of you'd actually understand.
Maybe you should give it a try.
You're only here to get a chance to kiss Gomez's ass.
What? You worm. You know nothing about us. The new camp is independent from all that shit. And apart from that, there's only one reason why I'm here, so I can beat the brains out of smartasses like you. It'll be my pleasure to do the same to you. Your destiny is awaiting you in the arena.
Okay. Let's see what's going to happen. They're both in here.
Right.
Pain is a question of willpower. Next time, I'll kill you.
I was hoping they would hit each other. I couldn't get out of the way.
A new day, and nothing has changed.
It didn't work. It didn't work. I almost had them, you're right. I was so close. Okay, I think I can win against this guy. I would at least like to try a few times.
What?
Alright, okay.
You're learning fast. Right.
What?
Don't try that again.
Why didn't the game position me like last time?
Right.
No, I
Don't try that again.
I press spacebar. I mean, I cannot even begin the fight. Without armor, you're gonna have to rely on parrying every single hit, so it's gonna be rough.
Right.
I just want to be able to try, like get a... See, I am trying to get my weapon out. Okay, thank you. Finally.
Don't try that again.
One more. I just want one good attempt. So what is the move to Shuboga? What is it about? What is the move to charge attack? Something like
What
this.
do you intend to do with the weapon, man?
Basically impossible, you'd say, without level 100 at least. Okay. I'm just trying to understand how to fight. How to start the fight properly. Something that will make it easier to get your weapon out. Okay, yeah, let me know, Bogo. I'd like to hear. You can pull out your weapon while be... Oh, really? Okay. That's good to know.
Right. Let's get to it. May the best man
But I
win.
cannot. Okay,
Don't try
I'm
that
not going to
again.
bother. Not going to bother. It's intended NPCs will typically do the same at the end of the fight. Okay. I'm not going to bother. So we cannot do this. Let's see if we can do the other quest. NPCs will typically do the same at the end of the dialogue. Okay. Oh, there's a box here. Oh, it's not. Are you serious? Okay.
Hey, you! If you want to get rid of your protection money, you've picked the wrong day.
Yeah? Why's that?
'Cause I'm not here!
Oh? Where are you then?
I'm actually at the castle, sitting by the big campfire, drinking a mug of beer.
Then how come I'm talking to you?
Nick's vanished. This district is usually his responsibility, and until he reappears, Thoris has ordered me to guard it.
Do you know where Nex got to?
No, and I'm not likely to find out. If anything, the diggers in this district might know something, but diggers don't talk to guards, especially not now they know I hate this filthy work. I bet they're laughing behind my back.
Why don't you just collect some more protection money?
Nick did his rounds before he disappeared. There's not much left to collect now.
It's about Nick.
Yeah?
No news.
Keep me posted. Let me pass.
Okay. Where can I find Nick? Can I ask about Nick?
You okay?
As okay as I was 20 years ago. Nothing much has changed since then.
What places around here should I know about?
Unless you fancy digging in the mines, you should hang around in between the northern gate and the castle gate. If you're lucky, Thoris or Diego might give you something to do for them. That'll give you a chance to get on the right side of them. It can't hurt to get in with Gomez's people. Or you might meet a mage. They sometimes ask folks to do errands for them, and they pay well.
The mages come out of the castle? When?
What do I know? Ask the folks that live there.
Is there anyone special here who I should know?
Being new, you better make sure you don't fall out with Gravo. He may only be a digger, but he knows how to deal with the ore barons.
Kicking the other
guy? If you get
guy?
into trouble with Gomez's bunch, he can help you get out of it.
What's wrong with that guy?
What do I have to do to join this camp?
You mean as a shadow or a guard? That won't be easy, man. You'll have to pass a few tests before old Thoris will let you see Gomez. And you'll have to get on the right side of people here. But as long as you don't belong to any camp, nobody's gonna take you seriously. If I were you, I'd have a word with some of the shadows. Maybe you'll find one of them who's willing to help you, if you offer them something in return, that is.
You'd probably act the same if you had to spend 20 years in that sausage fest. Makes sense.
Thanks. Good luck.
Chin up, boy.
I cannot actually ask the diggers about Neb or Neck. Thank you for the jug.
Hey, you!
Sorry, sir. I want to join you. No, what's life like here?
What's life like here?
If you've been sent by the ore barons, tell them I don't want no trouble.
I know
I'm not talking to anybody. I'm satisfied with what they give us.
Nobody sent me. I only just got here.
A new one, huh? Newcomers always get into trouble pretty quick. I don't want to get involved, okay?
He was sent to collect mushrooms. And also people suspect he joined the new camp. But I was told that I could ask these diggers about Neck, and I cannot.
Who calls the shots around here?
Here in the outer ring, Fletcher, Blodwin, and Jackal collect the protection money. They run a district each. You get on the right side of them, you're okay.
I want to know more about the camp.
You should talk to the shadows. They can tell you all you need to know. Be careful, though. You can't trust most of them.
Upo. Uno.
It looks as if you knew what you were doing.
Nobody ain't complained yet, but that would be a bad idea anyway. Every idiot here needs a sword, and that is what they get from me.
How long does it take you to make one blade?
That depends. I'm as fast as a hurricane with simple swords. Of course, only on condition that the price motivates me. A freak like Whistler usually has to wait longer for his toy than other people.
Why? Doesn't he pay enough?
No, on the contrary. He gave me 150 ore for his last sword. The guy is into ornaments and girly stuff like that, and of course that's not cheap. Hey, you ain't curious at all, are you, pal?
Well, Smith, how's business?
Why would you want to know?
I may have an order for you.
Oh, really? And what?
I'll think about it.
Come back when you really need something, and don't get on my nerves.
I'd like to try working here as well.
Ah, but don't you think that you can make great blades?
What do I have to do?
Okay, take the steel and hold it into the fire. Then you have to lay the red-hot steel across the anvil. When you're finished, you put the hot blade into the water bucket over there to temper it. The cooled blade finally has to be sharpened on the grindstone.
I see.
However, you'll need some things for that. I could sell them to you.
I'd like to buy some blacksmith equipment.
Blade, glowing steel, raw steel. They are too expensive though.
Is there anything more interesting than huts to see?
Well, you can go to the arena in the evenings and watch the guards putting each other's faces out of joint. It really is worth the entrance fee.
Let's go on. Guy. Hey, Guy.
Hello.
I haven't seen you before. You're new here, aren't you?
Just recently arrived.
Have you already decided which camp you want to join?
No, what do you think?
Well, it depends. Each camp has its advantages, I guess. Until you've made your decision, you can stay here. A hut just became available.
What are the advantages of the old camp?
If you pay protection money to the guards, you can have a laid-back life here. They always interfere if one of the paying diggers is attacked. Besides, you can only get the goods from the outside world cheap here. These things are unaffordable in the other camps.
And what if two people fight each other who both pay protection money?
Then the guards just watch until one of them kills the other. Then they do him in.
What goods are considered precious here?
Everything from the outside world. Bread, cheese, and bacon, and above all, beer and wine. Not the cheap rice schnapps from the new camp, but really good stuff. You always get a good price for weapons, and armor is really expensive. The guards took the old armor off the prison guards after they killed them. You can always recognize them by their armor. They only sell it to other guards. You could never get a hold of one as an outsider.
Unless I kill a guard.
I think I've heard enough about the old camp.
I like it here.
What are the advantages of the new camp?
If you're cool about getting your throat cut for a slice of bread, you should go there.
Oh.
No, it's not that bad, but it's different from here. Here, Gomez takes care that things are sort of peaceful. In the new camp, there is no law. The only ones powerful enough to have a say there are the water mages, but they're too busy studying the barrier all day.
Why should I join the sect?
Well, you better ask somebody from the sect camp.
Well, you're useless.
There are always a couple of novices in the camp, and I'm sure they can tell you a lot about the sect. I've never been there myself, but according to everything that's said, they must be really generous. None of the three camps seems to be as much in need of new people as the sect camp.
Which of the huts can I take for myself?
The hut over there with the little canopy is empty.
Okay. What is the hut with the little canopy? This one? Nobody seems to care that I'm here. Maybe this is my... Oh yeah.
It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
This is my hut. I'm stuck. Hello? Hello? No, come on.
If you think that wasn't very clever.
Oh, it worked.
That wasn't very clever.
You're very
Keep it to yourself. Right. People don't need to know it.
Wait.
I wouldn't like to be in his shoes, no?
What's happening? Escape is not working now.
I wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
I cannot get to the menu. I cannot use quick save, quick load.
As long as I'm not involved.
Keep it to yourself. People don't need to know.
Oh. Wait. How did that work?
That won't happen again.
Shift escape works.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
Oh. I am stuck in an animation. That's why it's not working. See, I cannot save. The game thinks I'm in an animation.
That's really not my problem.
I think. Okay.
There must be something about that story after all.
I can tell this game is going to be fun with all the bugs.
You should.
Hey, you!
The right decision.
Sorry, sir.
You have to watch what you.
Keep it to yourself. People don't need to know.
Maybe.
Weird.
Same old story.
That won't.
Is he angry?
There was a time when things...
Let's talk about something else instead.
There was a time when things were done pretty differently.
Scally, were you a merchant? Do you train fighters?
Yeah, but not just for...
50 or 10 skill points. 10 skill points. It's 10 levels.
Step aside.
I want to challenge.
Do you want me to beat it into your brain? Get out of here!
Why? What did I do to you?
Step aside.
This guy has issues. Each level gives you 10 skill points. Wait, what?
I'm not listening to all that
Really?
anymore.
I have 10 skill points. You're absolutely right. So I can learn all 4 of those, assuming I get 300 ores. Oh, that's very, very good to know.
That won't happen again.
That's really not my problem.
Yeah,
Rely on somebody.
I'd better keep out of it.
Wait.
I'm not.
This is not the main entrance, that right? This is not the main entrance that we took.
You're very probably right.
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
It's all the blathering anymore.
Where am I?
There must be. It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble.
There was a time when things would have gotten very different.
Dexter, did we talk to this guy? I think we did. Show me your goods.
Show me your goods.
I got the
200. Okay, this is the kind of merchant that I want. So let's give you the jug, plates, tumblers, coins. They have no value.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
We can take these two.
Let's talk about something else instead. Same old story every time.
We can take the beers. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll keep the beers.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
Take this pickaxe. Take the clubs. I will keep the rest.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes.
Actually, I probably shouldn't sell the food either.
I'm not listening to all that blathering anymore. There must be something
Okay.
about that story after all.
Map 50. So we have what, 41? We have 41.
I'm here to guide you onto the right path.
And which is the right path?
The path of the sleeper. He alone has the power to set us free. The gurus are preparing a great invocation in our camp. They want to get in contact with the sleeper. So far, he's just talked to us in visions, but now it's time to get in touch with him. We'll need as many supporters as possible for that. By focusing our spiritual power, we'll get through to him. Our camp is some distance away in the swamp. I can take you there, though, if you want.
So we can go there immediately.
What would be the benefit of joining you?
Maybe you're one of the chosen people who received the gift of magic from the sleeper. Or you might obtain the highest honors and become a Templar. Only the best fighters among us can obtain that position. If the sleeper is with you, you can even combine both. The best of the Templars receive the gift of magic as well. You see, our brotherhood has a lot of possibilities for you. You should be aware of that before you decide on joining any other camp.
Who's the sleeper?
The sleeper speaks to us through dreams and visions. He has been leading us ever since he first made contact with Iberian 5 years ago. All the followers of the Brotherhood have renounced the three gods. We pray only to the sleeper for salvation.
Salvation from what?
From this goddamn place, of course. The sleeper will show us the way to freedom.
Okay, we can do this once you're out of things to do here. Hey man, I'm Fisk. I trade goods of all kinds. If you ever need anything, you're in the right place here.
Have you got armor for me as well?
Well, I'm sure that I can satisfy you.
500. Light Digger's trousers are 250. Well, I mean, he trusts himself, so...
Show me your goods.
We can do nothing but look at his goods now. Okay, so there are items here. They just lack icons. But these are nice weapons. Value 160. We need to earn money. I need to earn 50 to start with.
As long as I'm not involved. That's real.
50, then another 50, then 100, and then another 100 should do the trick.
Hey,
now
the time's just.
Do you have to keep stopping me? I'm not
Take
going to
care
pay
of
you.
you. May I pass through here?
Okay, let's see if this guy is back. You have 2 coins. Thank you.
Same old story every time.
I doubt.
That's really.
You
have to watch.
I doubt that.
Same old story.
Was it this guy? 37 visuals on Burpsy. Ooh, that's a lot. I'm ready to go with you. Let's get the amulet.
I'm ready to go with you. Let's get the amulet.
Okay, let's do it then.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
I thought. Hang on.
There was a time when things would have gone very differently.
I'm right behind you. You go ahead. I'll catch up. Sorry, I'm a little slow. That's fine though. You go ahead.
So, here we are. Far away from your friend Diego. I'm to send you regards from Bloodwind.
Oh. Wow.
Stay here, you pussy.
Come back, you pussy!
I don't think I will.
When things would have gone very differently.
If you think.
You're probably right.
You're looking for trouble again.
So, you idiot, just wanted to trap me.
Hey, man, we're sitting in the same boat. I am not into digging in the mines either, so I'll do what the guards tell me.
Welcome.
Then I'll be accepted soon. That I should whack
I
you
see.
of all people is your own fault, really. Why did you have to start a bloody fight with the guards? Personally, I don't dislike you. So what do you think? Peace or further fighting?
Further fighting it is.
I feel like fighting.
Oh man, you get me down. Try that again, and you'll regret it.
Showed him.
You're doing good. You were a big fan of Gothic 2 and 3 never played 1. This is cool. Yeah, 1 is it's a lot of fun, as you see. I'm really enjoying the game. I'm really enjoying the constant reloads and failures. No, jokes aside, I'm actually enjoying the game.
Same old story every time.
There was a time when things would have gone very differently.
Why isn't this happening now? Why isn't it working?
What do you intend to do with the...
That was lucky.
You're probably right.
Finally.
It was obvious the trouble ahead.
I'd better. I'm not listening.
Some people never
Gothic 3 is a better game than Skyrim, equal to say Oblivion. Okay. I hear a lot of good things about Gothic 1 and 2, but I was saying earlier, not many people are mentioning Gothic 3.
So, I'm to see.
Come back, you pussy!
Stay here, you pussy.
Yeah, please, get the weapon out. Thank you.
Try that
I
again.
cannot get the weapon out.
You showed him!
I have to fully stop to get the weapon out. That's a bit annoying. It's not very responsive.
If you think.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
I thought.
Hang on. Some people. Let's talk about something else instead.
And I die in 2 hits, so that doesn't help.
Put the damn weapon away!
Why?
So, I'm to see.
Take the weapon out. Come on, please. Ugh.
Try that again and you'll regret it.
This is actually frustrating. I have to stand still for a second, and only then I can get the weapon out.
People always talk. Some people never learn.
Oh.
Better not go rushing into anything. Hang on. Better not go.
The third game is a decent RPG compared to the first 2 games. It's a mile wide and an inch deep. Okay. You're only familiar with their soundtracks. You say Gothic 3 has the best score of all 3.
Wasn't very clever.
That's really not.
Did he get stuck?
Maybe. Maybe.
I wouldn't like to be in his shoes, though.
People don't need to know it.
And now I'm expected to go inside his face, and I'll get one shot. Okay, why is this not triggering now? Did this bug out?
So, I'm to see.
Don't try that
okay.
again.
I have to go past him now.
I'm to see.
Oh.
Stay here, you pussy.
At least I can take the weapon out when I'm running.
Try that again, and you'll regret it.
I'm sure I parried.
Stay here, you pussy.
Okay, let's actually stop the fight. Oh, he's still chasing.
Try that again, and you'll regret it.
Maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe this is a waste of time and sanity.
I'm to see.
Stay here,
No.
you pussy.
Run faster.
I'm not listening to all that blathering anymore.
But keep it to your.
Hey, Kavikupo. Hello. How are you today?
Come back!
I am a coward, yeah. Is he gone?
When things would have gone very differently. Hang on, better not go rushing into anything.
Timer. Oh no.
Maybe.
I don't know when I paused it.
People always talk.
But keep it to yourself.
Abandon your foolish quest.
People never learn.
Nice, Lazarus.
Wasn't very clever.
So he is back here. Welcome back, Yuppie.
It was obvious that there would
Okay.
be trouble.
Hang on.
Now let's try fighting this guy
burning on the horizon.
one-on-one.
Wouldn't want to be in his shoes. Thought that'd have been cleared up ages ago.
As long as I'm not involved.
What's life?
Easy go.
What do I have to do?
Well, First of all, you have to become a shadow. Therefore, you have to find somebody who supports you, somebody who explains everything to you and takes responsibility for you. If I was you, I'd try to keep close to Diego. I did it like that. He's quite all right. He'll make you take the test of faith. That's different from everybody. Then there'll be some other smaller tasks from other shadows. If you manage them, you'll be with us.
Better not go rushing into anything.
What was your test of faith?
I can't tell you, man. You have to be silent about things like that here.
People always talk.
So we cannot fight this guy again?
I'm not listening to all.
Hey, man,
Okay, we can.
That's really not my problem.
I feel like fighting.
Oh, man, you get...
Maybe.
Let's see who's winning this nice fight.
I can't
Try
do
that
it.
again,
Can't do
and
it.
you'll regret it.
Can't do anything. This is impossible. He almost asked if I was planning to play Gothic 2 before realizing this is the first stream. Yeah, well, I will play Gothic 2 if it gets selected.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble.
I'm trying to get practice. It's almost impossible to get practice since I am defeated in a single hit. This is why I'm trying. I'm trying to get used to this. But I think I won't.
Personally. Oh, man.
Clear winner.
Try that again, and you'll regret it.
I cannot do anything. Like, I'm instantly defeated.
So,
hey, man, so that
What a fight.
Try that again, and you'll
You're doing
regret
great
it.
against monsters. You spent some time leveling, gearing up before taking on these units. Yeah. Yeah, but
Some people never learn again.
I need to earn some money and learn to collect some parts from the monsters before I kill them. I need 9 more ores. Maybe I should just go out and explore. You know, screw this. This is impossible. I cannot do this. Not yet. Let's look for some ores. Maybe we can find the new camp. I don't want to kill too many monsters because I want to get their parts. There should be non-combat quests and money laying around. That's why I tried to talk to everyone in the camp. The only thing we found is looking for this guard. Maybe the diggers in the arena district know where Neck disappeared to. This is what's mentioned. But the diggers are not talking to me. So I don't know what's up with that. So, Snaff the Cook sent Neck to gather mushrooms. I think it was to the south. I have no idea where south is. I don't have a map. There's no compass. I guess maybe if I paid more attention to the sun. Then there's also Neck that might have gone to the new camp. I don't know where the new camp is. There's an envoy from the sleepers who offered to take us to the sleeper camp. There's no one from the new camp who offers to take us to the new camp, so I don't know how to go there either. That is why I first attempted to do the arena quests. It is impossible, and I thought I would try this, but this also looks impossible. So let's just go around, I guess. Randomly explore. Shut up. You better not stay here. The orc land starts behind.
Is it dangerous?
Let me put it like this. You may as well give me all your ore before you go out there and let the orcs rip you to ribbons.
Sure, here's my ore.
I think it might be best if I just turn back.
Pity. I'd have loved to take care of your ore.
Alright. I was
Never
good.
do that again.
How many saves? 11 per hour? Nice. This is going well.
It's fine. You are doing very well.
Everybody hates me in this game. A friend would be nice. I'm doing very well, yeah. I know. I know it's going to get better. It always does. But it is difficult. It is taking some reloads to learn to get used to stuff. Learn to get used to... I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I'm not thinking straight anymore. So, probably this is the part where Neck was sent to collect mushrooms. Let's see if we can kill some mole rats. They seem to have a cave there. Come on. Come at me. What? If you play Gothic first time, you will reload a ton of times. Yeah. Come on. I'm ready. I wasn't ready. I got hit both times. Is that the guy? Is there something there? You're doing great with monsters. I don't know. Is this Neck? I think I got lucky. Maybe. Amulet of the Dead Guard. It says Neck on the back. Protection against weapons. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad at least. There is yet hope. Video Dax. Let's see what that is. Oh, this is more damage. And less strength. The amulet didn't help, yeah. But it will help me. So we found Neck. Who gave us that quest? Sly. Let's go to Sly. I should also heal up. Let's see what this weapon is like. Oh, no. Come on. Well, it's okay. I get hit a lot. I feel like I get hit a lot. I should probably get hit less. Right now, when I'm fighting, the problem is I keep control held down so that I can make my attacks. But I need to actually press Alt to strafe and dodge. I'm not doing any of that. And I need to get into this tempo faster rather than moving forward like this. I should do this. This was better. Slightly better. But I lost the tempo. So do we have 50 now? I have 51, so let's learn to extract. What should I learn first? I fight mole rats and scavengers. Scavengers don't have teeth. Mole rats most probably do. We can learn to skin reptiles. We have not fought any reptiles. That's probably not as useful.
Hang on. You have to watch what you tell people.
What else can you tell me about Allah if you at least...
Remove teeth, remove claws. The scavengers won't have claws, but mole rat will. So we can learn to remove claws or teeth. Let's go with claws.
Show me how to take off the claws.
Actually, it's quite simple if you know what to do. Bend the claws forward, never backwards. And you mustn't pull them out either. Claws can be taken especially from lizards. From now on, you'll know which creature's claws to take.
No. I should have gone for teeth. I think I'm going to reload. When is the save? Oh. Oh well. We can do it again. Okay. This one was good. That last fight was good. Now I won't be able to target the third one, will I? You basically saved after every single kill. Yeah, I should probably get into the habit as well. It takes a second to recover if you mistime the combo. And they always get a hit in. If that happens, let's say I mistime the combo, I should just do this. I would have to release control, press Alt, and press backwards. Which will take some practice to get used to. Let's see, teeth.
How do I get the teeth?
The most important thing is to make sure the teeth don't splinter. To avoid that, put your knife near the center of the tooth and lever it out carefully. You can take the teeth of wolves, shadow beasts, and snappers.
Not mole rats. Maybe actually we cannot scavenge these animals. We have to fight tougher animals maybe. So I should just farm them. Gain the experience. I mean, these scavengers, we cannot recover fur from them. They are not furry animals. They don't have claws, they don't have teeth. And they don't... What was the fourth one? No, leave my experience alone. What are you doing? Why did you kill my experience?
Be in his shoes, though.
Ah. Free meat. I guess I can make money cooking and selling the meat. Oh! Did you see that? I managed to do it. I'm proud of myself. Thank you. Hey, chickens, I'm here. Are you coming? What's happening? What's happening? That was weird. I guess I wasn't targeting it. Sound requesting that Macau, okay. Well, I will still take this fight.
New channel SFX request by Board Game Heaven.
Okay. We can add it. Whoa! No. Dead. Only if it's spammable. I mean, it is, but I hope you don't. Yeah, I will rip it. Okay. Let's see if we can gain another level. So maybe I can hunt that wolf. Okay. Let's try the wolf. Oh, there are two.
I must speak with you.
Uh-oh. Whoa. These are tough. These are not big chickens. I'd like to give it one more try. Who would have thought exactly? I'm panicking. I'm panicking, I'm failing the combo. Back to 11. As soon as I start fighting. Okay, you know what? Forget the wolves. Forget the wolves. We are leaving. This is a little bit too much. I will continue. Oh wait, these are not chickens. I thought they were chickens. They are dinosaurs. Let's leave. They are chickens, okay. So we shouldn't go that way. Let's try these. I haven't fought these yet. They look equally dangerous, so let's die to these a little bit as a change. I don't know what's happening. Like they shouldn't miss. These are not chickens. Thank you for the clipboard game, Evan. I am not able to target them. Look, the nameplate has disappeared, which means they are not targeted, which means even if I actually... No, I will get my decisions. Oh, I almost got one of them. But no, these are also very difficult. Have you found any raw bar smoke? There were some good clips. Yeah, they were. The bees. Not the bees. No, the bees are impossible. Your favorite one is still... Is that in this game? Exactly, that's so funny. Is that falling damage? Yes, there is. I mean, I should have known that there should be falling damage in this game. Because they can fly, they can kind of bug out for targeting. All flying enemies are a nuisance like that. You know what? I might go for bow and arrow. Maybe I want to do bow and arrow. Maybe that will be better for my mental health. Okay, these are chickens though. They are not raptors. Come here, chicken. I have mastered hunting chickens. That's a good start, I will say. For the first stream, I think learning to hunt chickens is a good start. At least for me. It's called swamp weeds. We have heard about swamp weed. We haven't actually found any. Are those weird alligators? They are some things. I don't know what. If you smoke different types, they'll give you a bonus for the first time you smoke them. Really? That's good to know. Yeah, we haven't found any. Actually, maybe I have. Let's see what I have found. I have found hell mushrooms, seraphis, orc leaves. Solanaceae. You heard it, your people smoke weed. Yeah, they give you experience. Only if it's legal. I mean, they give you experience regardless, but smoke only if it's legal. All the smoking and beer talk is bad for your mental sobriety. You're right. We are sorry, Thor. We will stop. We will restart in October. Okay, let's see. Come on, I actually pressed Alt and back. It didn't work. So far, my biggest problem is that the game is not responsive. It's not responsive. It's really annoying. I'm not trying to block animals. What I'm trying to do... See, I'm trying to attack with control held, right? What I'm trying to do is switch to alt and do this. If I do it fast enough, it's still...
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Hey, Bigwee, hello. Hello, Raiders. It doesn't actually jump back. It still blocks as if control is held. Hello, you would not even. Welcome. Welcome, Variax. Good to see all of you. Let me try to mute this, if I can.
Right, how do we deal with these guys? I forget. Oh yeah, wait.
This is what happened to me today.
Oh, he's got a buddy. Well, same for you, mate.
I wish fights in Gothic was like this as well.
Brilliant.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid, Variax. I'm sure you had a great stream. You
New
were
channel
playing...
SFX request by Thazan.
I don't think I will add that, Tazan. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm going to add that. It's music. And it's not from a game. Sorry about that. Welcome, Raiders. It's great to have you. Welcome, Variax. Thank you so much for the raid. How did your stream go? You're continuing BG3. So how is your playthrough coming along? We are playing Gothic. I'm trying to learn the game. I'm reloading a lot. It's not an easy game. Have you played Gothic? I'm having serious problems with the game so far. Trying to learn, dying a lot, but also making progress, which is good. Best stream on Twitch as usual, of course. Yeah, if you haven't been to Variax's channel, definitely do so. He's really entertaining and plays some great games. Make sure you give him a follow, and his YouTube channel as well. He has some really nice Let's Plays in there. And if you are new here, I'm Mitral. I play a lot of RPGs and point-and-click adventures. Today we started Gothic. We are still in the very early stages. In fact, I'm not even trying to progress the game. I'm trying to just get used to the combat, which is highly unusual for me. I do not usually play games like this, so hope you enjoy your time here. Gothic almost ruined your left pinky finger. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think my pinky is trained for this kind of thing, holding down control and stuff. It's rough at the start, well worth sticking with. Yeah, I heard as much. I heard from many people that this game is actually a very, very good RPG in many ways. But it's janky, the controls are clunky, it's not very responsive. I'm trying to learn the controls and I'm trying to learn the timings, because if I do it too fast, it doesn't mean I have mastered it. I have to do it slow enough for the game to register in time. I have to get it just right. It doesn't work if I do it so fast.
Your sound card works perfectly.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, my pinky is trained for sure. My pinky has been holding down control buttons on many a keyboard for the last 30 years, so it is trained. It's really clanky and janky. Combat looks like random waving of the sword. It's not random. I have gathered that much. There's a system to it, but there are so many things that I need to get used to before I can do it well enough. Gothic's combat has a rhythm. Learning how to dodge helps too. Yeah, that is the biggest problem I'm having right now. So I am let me show you. I am trying to get this rhythm going, right? This seems to be key. So if I get this rhythm going, I'm doing relatively well. If I miss the rhythm, like if I do it too fast, it takes the character this long to recover from it. So when that happens, what I need to do is actually jump back. So I'm trying to get used to this, but if I do it too fast, so to jump back, I have to switch from holding down Control to holding down the Alt button, right? If I switch too fast, it doesn't actually switch, and what it does is defend like this. Or wait. So I have to do it slow enough for the game to do it, and when in the middle of combat, it's not that easy. It's intended to work like that at the start. Our biggest problem is getting good. Yes, our biggest problem is getting good. You don't need to hold Alt to shift backwards, just use Control. Oh, wait, you're right, Thor. You're right, I didn't realize that. Well, it makes it easier, isn't it? Just release Control and we can go back. Why didn't they once tell me this before? Thank you, Thor. Well, let's give another try to these reptiles. You didn't exactly see your button, but I was talking about it. I was telling you exactly what I'm trying to do. Okay. Come here, boy. I'm ready for you. Are you going to come? No. It's been 15 years since you played this. You don't listen. I know you don't listen. That's fine. That's fine. We will just leave. We will just leave. And we will forget all that ever. Oh no, the bees. Well, they're not bees, are they? They are dragonflies. Or very big mosquitoes. I saw a ramp there. Lizard seems to be strong. They are. The lizards are very strong. The mosquitoes are very strong. The raptors are very strong. The wolves are very strong. These scavengers, which are basically big chickens, are stronger than you would imagine. Yeah, Stunlock was nice, thank you. I'm trying to get used to that. But yeah, they are tough. And they clip into you and you lose your targeting. We have mole rats who are also very strong. Come here. Haha! Take that, juvenile scavengers. Pretty much chicken some mole rats until you get some pants. Yeah, I need armor. Kill the younglings. Well, I have been playing a lot of Star Wars games. Well, at least KOTOR. Hey Marto! Hello Marto. How are you doing? How is Legacy of Kain going?
New critical hits boost. Marto_Varna just boosted Mass Effect.
Mass Effect? Yes. Mass Effects. Thank you for the boost, Marto, and welcome. Always great to see you. How are you doing today? How did your stream go today?
Can I help you find anything?
Permission to backseat?
Is this a serious backseat now, this time, Periax? But yeah, permission granted. Kill the thing with the thing. Are you going to say something like that? Kill things to get XP. Okay. Thank you. That is why I like having you around. You teach me so many things with your immense experience and infinite wisdom of RPGs. I always learn so much. They're all serious. Tell me one that hasn't been correct. They were all correct, yes. They were... I cannot argue with that. They were all correct. If you can't beat them, join them. Can I join the chicken faction? I also don't know where I'm going right now. Don't dump all points into strength, it will break the game. I haven't dumped any points into anything right now. I have only learned how to scavenge some... what did I learn? Teeth? Yeah. I know how to remove teeth, but apparently I cannot do it to every animal. Telling you whether you can join the chicken faction or not is a spoiler. I'm sorry. I was thinking out loud, you know? Oh, did we reach the new camp? Maybe we have reached the new camp. No, we haven't reached the new camp.
What are you doing here?
Making sure no one gets near the exchange place. Especially one of those cutthroats from the new camp.
What is the exchange
place? You're the new guy they chucked in today, right?
That's me.
Then you'd better watch out for the guys from the new camp. I work for the old camp. Same as the others you saw at the exchange place. I assume you've talked to Diego.
Yes, I have.
Good.
That's the place you started
the game. Then you know
on.
what's what around here.
This is where I started the game, but how did I miss these guys?
Why do I have to watch out for the guys from the new camp?
Compared to the new camp, the old camp's a quiet, peaceful sort of place. The new camp doesn't get any deliveries from the outside world. Most of the rogues there just steal whatever they need.
And the old camp?
The ore barons have everything under control. Next in line to them are the guards, followed by the shadows. The diggers are the lowest. Everyone who arrives here starts out as a digger. If you want to become something better than that, you'll have to get accepted as a shadow first.
When I was washed ashore, one of the guys punched me in the face.
They do that to all the newcomers. They call it standing godfather.
Oh, are all the guys like that in the old camp?
We do have a few suckers, but they won't touch you as long as you pay them protection money.
Become my apprentice.
I saw a woman being sent down with the goods.
Yeah, the ore barons get everything they want.
Do you mean to say the king exchanges women for ore?
They're convicted criminals too, of course. But if Gomez hadn't asked for them, they'd be sitting in some dungeon or other. I'm
You're
not
back
sure
because you were
what's
gone.
worse.
Welcome back, Willem. Good to have you back.
I'm looking for a weapon.
There should be some old weapons by the derelict mine further down the canyon. But don't go and start a war with nothing but a rusty pickaxe for a weapon. Those things are slow and heavy. An inexperienced fighter should never use one of them unless it's an emergency. You'd better make sure you reach the old camp in one piece.
I'm not back because I never left.
How's it going?
Good. None of the rogues from the new camp are to be seen anywhere.
So was I here? I don't know.
Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo.
Okay, this is where we started. You're right.
Do it.
Do it. Moo. Moit. No, not again. Not again. Please no. Please no. Okay. It fixed itself. So this is where we started.
Moo.
I think what I should do is cook all the meat that I collected, sell them, try to gather enough to get the all the salvage trainings, which is 250, and then try and buy the armor for the worst armor for 250. How many? You can see that on the screen. It's 41. It's right next to the timers. It's a lot. I've been reloading a lot. Wait, what's that place? Is that where we were? Is that the old camp? I guess it is. You never noticed? Yeah, I keep track of reloads in Critical Hits games. Over 9. Not 1,000. Gothic in a nutshell. Reload until you learn to cheese. Well, I would like to learn to properly fight before I learn to cheese. But I have a feeling that day will come. Just over 9, yeah. What's over 9? But also under 90. No one mentions that it's under 90. Gothic is currently beating out apparently second place for reloads with a solid 4 per hour more. How goes Gothic? It goes slow, but I'm learning slowly. Taurus, okay, let's talk to this guy.
You don't look as though you'd just let anyone get into the castle.
I'm enjoying it.
Gomez's men are allowed in the castle.
It's very, very out of my comfort zone. But I'm enjoying it regardless. A little frustration here and there due to the clunky controls, but it's fine. It's going to get better. It is a slow game in the first chapter, yeah.
I need to get into the castle. I have a letter here for the High Fire Mage.
And you expect me to let you stroll inside the castle to hand it over and collect your reward?
Yeah.
Okay, show me the letter.
I'm not letting you handle it. Forget it.
Okay, I've forgotten.
Really?
I want to work for Gomez.
Oh, yeah? And what makes you think Gomez will be interested in
You know
having
which
you
game is
work
not
for
flanky?
him?
Which game, QP?
Diego says you decide who Gomez is interested in.
Huh? If
Starts with
Diego
M.
thinks you're okay, why doesn't he take care of you? Look,
I
let
cannot
me
think of any
explain.
games. Ends with
Diego's going to
X.
test you.
Is it
If he
mixed?
thinks you're good enough, I'll let you into the castle to see Gomez. Whatever happens after that is up to you, okay?
I'll talk to Diego. Why don't you give me the test?
It ain't that easy, kid. Any newcomer who wants to get anywhere needs a patron. That patron has to be one of Gomez's people. He'll test you, and if you fail, you're his responsibility. That's the law around here.
There must be something you want done.
No, the things we guards deal with are a bit above you, kid. You just stick to the tasks your patron sets for you.
I'm quite capable of doing anything you tell me to.
No, you are not. What are you talking about?
So you're intent on failing, eh? There is one thing that only someone who's not with Gomez can see to. But I'm warning you, you blow this and you'll be in mighty big trouble.
I'm ready for your task.
What I'm about to tell you is between you and me, and nobody else must ever hear about it. Understood?
Sure.
We have a problem with a guy from the new camp. His name's Mordrag. He's been stealing from the ore barons. Of course, that applies to a lot of the rogues in the new camp. But this guy has the nerve to come to our camp and sell our stolen goods to our boys. He's gone too far. But he knows I can't do anything about it.
Why?
Because he's under the protection of the mages.
Sounds to me like the mages are your problem.
Yeah, but they're a problem that's hard to solve. A few years back, one of the shadows tried to stab the High Magician of the Circle of Fire while he was sleeping. They found him later in the Outer Ring. In fact, he was scattered all over the Outer Ring.
Why do the mages protect that Mordrag?
Because they use him as a gopher. Our local mages are in contact with the mages over in the new camp. They often send gophers back and forth.
What's a gopher?
They're likely to become very unpleasant if I throw one of their gophers out of the camp or have him killed.
What about me? What do you think the mages will do to me?
You're new here. You'll be okay. But I'm responsible for what my boys do.
Go for it.
That's why it's vital that you keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, okay. I see.
Where can I find Mordrag?
You'll find him at the south gate on the other side of the castle, just beyond the entrance. The bastard wouldn't dare come any further into the camp.
Do you want me to kill the guy?
I want you to make sure I never see his face around here again. I don't care how you do it.
Facial reconstruction surgery? Plastic surgery?
I'll take care of it.
Which one was our room? Not this one, right?
All will kneel before Lord Diablo.
Hey Nebuka, hello. How are you doing? How did your stream go?
Hey you!
Sorry.
Hey.
I'm just looking for my cabin. I should find Sly. I should find...
Hey man, new here? I haven't seen you before. I'll join you for a while, if you don't mind. I'm sure you'll need a friend.
Why not come along?
Great! We can talk while we're going. Tell me, where are we going? Or is it supposed to be a surprise? I like surprises.
Is this like Nuber? Still not fine enough. You finally finished Morrowind. Nice! It took you 1 day to finish the final DLC. Good job, Nebu.
Hey,
Good job. Congratulations. When are you starting Oblivion?
Hey.
Finally, I have a friend.
You told me I could have as much stew as I wanted.
There's nothing left to do.
Hey.
Don't pay attention to me. I'll stay with you, don't worry.
I'm trying not to pay attention to you. What? Can't climb? Oh, he can climb.
Don't you have any plan of where you want to go?
Nope. I don't. This is the nice guy you hated right behind you. Let's cook some food. I think I can cook faster. Am I cooking them? I don't know. Maybe I should slow down.
You'll regret that.
I regret nothing. Not sure yet when you start Oblivion. You want to play something else than another test game. Okay. Hey, Major Postal. Welcome. Don't do it too fast. It will duplicate the chicken. What do you mean it will duplicate the chicken? Oh, you mean it will be cheating, like duplicate the item? I have a lot, by the way. Actually, if you go too fast, it can bug out and not cook anything. This is the exploit you use for infinite money. Oh, I see. So I may have... Wait, I can throw these?
Are you looking for a quiet place where we can talk for a bit or something?
Dude, you are being creepy. Not on food. Is this my... I think this is my room. Hey, you wanna come in? The graphics of this game remind you of Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Somewhat, yeah. It does somewhat, right? You slept well and feel better.
A new day, and nothing has changed.
Okay, our friend is gone. Our good friend is gone. Graphics-wise, it does look somewhat like Morrowind, you're right. Although the gameplay is nowhere in anything similar. It's very, very different. So I need to find Sly, I think his name was. They're probably going to request a new day and nothing has changed. Maybe I can somehow unpack the game sound files. I would have to look at it. Blood Morrowind, it was so cool. Dark Elves, Dark Landscape, Dark Storms, Dark Lore. This game is happy compared. Morrowind's world is huge, it's so immersive. This was an ambitious project. They even did motion capture but recognized it was too complicated. I didn't know that. I heard it took 4 years for them to complete this game. I wouldn't have expected 4 years. Okay, so let's talk to this guy.
Are you really the magician's courier?
What if I am?
I'd like to have a chance to talk to the magicians. I have to get inside the castle.
The magician's couriers bear seals, which allow them entry to the castle. If you were one of us, you could get such a seal.
Yes, this is what I needed to learn. So there is a way to enter the castle if you become a shadow in this camp. There's a way to enter the castle if you do something for the sleepers. And I needed the new camp's way of entering the castle. So that is becoming a gopher.
You have a problem.
Really? What's that?
There are people around here who want to get rid of you.
Really? Then you can tell them they should send someone along to enforce their wish.
What makes you so sure I'm not the one to do it?
'Cause I think you're smarter than that, boy. You'll soon realize that there are better opportunities than working for Gomez. We, too, need capable people in the new camp. And nobody tells you what to do.
Tell me more about the new camp.
It's the camp where you have the most freedom within the colony. We don't have any ore barons or gurus bossing us around. We have our own mind. But the ore that is produced there isn't given to the damn king.
So what is it used for?
Our magicians are working on a plan to break out of here. All the ore is collected for this plan. While Gomez and his people are lazing around, we drudge for freedom. That's what's going on.
And if I wanted to join the new camp, could you help me?
If you're serious, we can go now. I can take you to Laris. He's the head of our gang. But if you prefer to beat me out of the camp, well, go for it.
No. I'm going to take this guy's offer to go to the new camp, but not yet.
Show me your goods.
Choose something.
Okay, this guy doesn't have much left. Let's save the game. F6 save scum. Is that... Whose emote was it? Was that Kilgore Trust? Let me check. Yeah, it is Kilgore Trust. Yeah, okay. I remembered correctly. But it's wrong. Save is F5, not F6. Everybody knows that. Exactly, why is it F6? I don't know. Save scum is actually loading the save repeatedly.
Better not go rushing into anything.
Yeah.
If you think
it was obvious that there would be trouble ahead. That won't happen again.
I mean, I set the quick load to F8 always. Usually, by default, it's F9. I guess in some games it's by default F6. Dusty, did we talk to this guy?
Hi, I'm new here. How's things?
Go away. I've been working my ass off in the mines for the last 2 weeks. And what for? Some sad lumps of ore is all I got. I had to spend most of it on food. I talked to Ball Parvis down there. He told me some interesting things about the sect camp. I think I'd better go there instead of slaving away for Gomez.
You don't like it here? Why don't you just go then?
Because I'm not quite sure what to expect there. I had a pal here. His name was Melvin. He headed off to the sect camp a week ago. But since then, I haven't heard of him. And as long as I don't get a message from him, I'll stay here.
Okay.
I doubt that's ever likely to change. People always talk.
I have walked around this camp probably 5 times or so already. And I'm still finding new people, and I still haven't learned the first thing about the layout of this camp. I know it's circular. That's pretty much all I know. I need to find Sly. Four voice actors.
The worst shit. I'd better keep out of it. People always talk. There was a time when that won't.
Hang on. Better not go rushing into anything.
Okay, where's the Sly?
Same old story every time. It was obvious that there would be trouble.
Oh.
I found Nick.
Good. Have you got any evidence for that?
I found this amulet on him. Here you go.
It was actually the amulet the whole thing was about. You're a clever guy. You might have had the idea to keep the amulet yourself, but you've made the right decision. If Diego asks me about you, I'll vote in your favor.
I wanted to keep the amulet. Well, group amulet.
I'd like to buy a map.
Sure. What are you thinking of? The more you can see on a map.
Map of the colony. Unfortunately, a big territory southwest is missing. Map of the old mine. Overview, old camp. I don't care. Okay, pirates. Thank you so much for being here. Have a great rest. Have a great sleep. And I'll see you soon.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
You said map maker's inventory. What happened? I don't know. I don't know what happened. I had to restart the game a bunch of times.
Some people.
I thought.
So maybe it's time to.
Well, there was a time when things would have gone very differently.
He's thinking about joining the Brotherhood in the swamp. Okay. Okay. We did this. This is a complete quest. I guess maybe we go to the new camp.
I wouldn't like to be. People always talk.
You're probably right.
You're very.
Hang on. Not go.
Let's go to the new camp.
Maybe. That won't happen. I thought that had been clear.
Wait, no. We can't go to the new camp. So who was the merchant with the money?
We'll never learn.
Graham. Dexter. Let's go to Graham.
Maybe. But keep it to yourself. People don't
Take
need
care,
to
Pat.
know it.
Thank you for the luck.
Ew.
Oh wait, I don't want this one.
Greetings, my friend.
Was it the blacksmith?
You are here.
Hey, that's a nice roll.
There must be some.
Rakesh. Nice discovery.
I doubt that's ever likely to change.
I doubt it's ever would like to be in here. You're very.
Maybe.
Let's see if he has any food.
You told.
And that's.
Nice.
Keep it to yourself.
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble. That's how it goes.
Same. I thought that it.
Have I talked to this guy?
It's about Nick.
Yeah?
I think I've found him.
What? Where is he?
Feeding the rats?
Oh, no! Damn it! That means I have to run the show here now. I was hoping he'd be coming
Welcome, Buffy.
back.
Welcome, Raiders.
Now I have a problem.
What's the problem?
Oh, no.
I'm in
I
debt
cannot
to
stop the timer.
Scatty.
Hello,
right
Buffy.
up to my neck.
Hello, Bagoo.
Now he knows I'm doing next job.
Thank you so
He'll
much
be
for the
coming
raid. Welcome,
around
everybody.
every
How did the
day.
stream go? What were you playing, Buffy? All is well, all is well. We are having a little bit of problems, but also a lot of fun with Gothic. How did your stream go, Buffy? Welcome, everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Mitral. I play a lot of RPGs and point-and-click adventures. Today we started Gothic. Let's mute this.
Gotta step away from Aranicus right away, because he casts nasty shit on himself.
You're playing NASCAR, nice.
I do remember he has a remove magic sequencer, which is also nasty.
All of my
for your fighters.
How wonderfully mad of you. I did not expect this in the least, so dangerously risky it is.
So dangerously risky it is.
All of you. I have restored my soul and will work my revenge without your...
I have
At your command,
finished.
Nice. Guys, if you're interested in some nice, high-quality Baldur's Gate, insane difficulty SCS no reload runs, definitely pay a visit to Buffy. He's one of the best out there. Also a very nice person, so definitely pay him a visit and give him a follow. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Buffy, and welcome, Raiders. It's great to have all of you here. We just started Gothic today, and we are having a lot of fun. We are also having some problems with the game. You might know that it is sort of at times unresponsive and clunky game. A janky game, as people affectionately say. Yeah, I'm trying to learn it. Yeah, and I hope you enjoy your time here. Bogus favorite game treating you? I think it treats me as well as it treats anyone. But since it's my first day, I am trying to understand at the expense of reloading a lot, so I am attempting encounters that seem very difficult several times and still failing them. But that's okay, I'm learning slowly. Not that decides beefy, but he's currently picking up a challenge run and recovering from it. Or is he? Feel free to advertise, beefy. It is perfectly fine to advertise. So the challenge run is getting your party together from level 1, right? Before you accumulate the experience. That was your 250,000 channel point challenge, I think. Is it that run, or am I missing what's going on? I might be wrong. That's what I think you're doing, though. I'm sure you will recover from it. Picked up a party at low experience, got to Underdark, lost 2 people. Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay. Gotta get out in one piece. Yeah, that might be difficult. But if anyone can do it, you can do it. Beef, I know. Let's see. Dexter, not Dexter. Fisk. Okay, I need to find the blacksmith. I was looking for the blacksmith. Oh, we are at the blacksmith.
I'd like to buy some blacksmithing.
He doesn't have money. Who had the money? Some sort of merchant had 200 ores. Thank you, Ray. Have a good rest of your day, or have a good sleep if you are going to. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll see you soon, hopefully. Fisk the Shadow. He's usually at the markets. This is the only one I haven't spoken to. It must be Fisk then. In the market. I don't even know where market is.
People same old.
I guess here we go round again.
Maybe.
Was it Fist in the market with the chandelier? Fists? I don't know. Fisk? Maybe.
There was a time.
Rely on somebody and you're in.
That won't happen again.
Oh,
Rely on somebody and you're in trouble.
there is Fisk.
Have you got arm?
Well,
Something about that story after all.
Yeah, he is the one who promised to satisfy
Show me your
me.
good.
Nice.
It was obvious that
Okay,
there were
let's see what we can sell.
Let's talk about something else instead.
No, wait, what?
That won't happen.
Show me your good.
Why does that happen?
So this is already
You should
204.
here.
Okay.
Well, there was a time when things would have gone
As long as I'm not involved.
I'm not listening to all the blathering anymore.
We can also maybe possibly sell some more and get this
There was a time.
get the sword.
I thought that would have been clarified a long time ago.
Well, hang on. Better not go rushing into anything.
In the market with the chandelier. Okay, I get the reference now.
Somebody
Didn't think of it at first.
that's how it goes.
Better not go rushing into anything.
So can we get 100? How much was it?
That won't happen again.
160.
Right.
Hang on. Better not go rushing into that there would be trouble.
Well, there was
So
a
this
time
would
when
be
things would have
8,
gone
10.
Go rushing into anything.
Maybe sell these for
Some people likely to
total 28. I should probably keep some
You have to watch what you tell people.
Keep some healing as well. 58. If you sell the blueberries, that will be 83. Maybe keep the mushrooms.
When things would have gone very differently.
I think it might be pushing it if I...
I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
Okay, I can sell these weapons though.
People always talk.
I will keep the pickaxe.
Let's talk about
Just in case it's necessary to mine some ore or something.
Let's talk about something else instead.
Must be something about that story
Hang
after all.
on. Better not go rushing into anything. I'd better keep out.
Oh, no, 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 no. Wait.
After all.
Keep it to yourself. People don't need to know.
As long as I'm
I need to learn these buttons.
Let's talk about something else instead. I'd better keep out of it. You shouldn't believe everything.
I wouldn't like to be.
Hey, Mealmite. Hello. How are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome.
It was obvious that there would be trouble ahead.
Welcome indeed.
I wouldn't like
So 200. Let's do this trade. It's okay to give him one or worth extra.
You shouldn't believe everything you hear.
better not go rushing into anything.
Good to see you, Meal. I'm doing very well. Doing very well. Trying to learn this game
To be in his shoes.
with limited success. But we are having a lot of fun. At least I am. I hope everyone
Hi,
else is too.
I'm new here.
What do you want from me?
I want to
Cancel
become
your
one of
surgery,
you.
that
I
has
want to join the camp.
Looking for people to support you, eh? If you want me to have a word with Diego about you, you need to do me a favor.
What kind of favor do you want?
I want one of Fisk's weapons. He's one of the traders at the marketplace. You won't sell it to me. It's a broadsword with ornaments. I'll give you 100 ore to collect the weapon for me, but don't tell him about me.
Old story every time. Why does that happen over?
Why won't he sell the weapon to you anymore?
We had a little argument.
And
that's all you need to know.
I assume you just woke up, Meal? How is the day treating you so far?
did you ever consider that I might just run off with the ore?
Don't forget, the colony is small. If you run off with my ore, I'll find you.
You remember times where you had to decrease the distance where objects in the world are displayed for the Gothic to run properly. Okay, I have maxed it at 300%, so maybe I should. Maybe I should lower it as well.
Okay, give me the 100 ore nuggets. I'll get the
for
thing.
work, Sleepy. Yeah.
Here you go. Come straight back to me.
Why does that happen over and over again?
Well, I hope you have a great work day and not too tiring.
Totally idiotic.
There was a time when things would have gone very differently. But keep it to yourself.
I'd like to buy a sword, but not just a simple one. I'd like something more ornamental.
I have one you'll like. The shadow who wanted to collect it won't be coming anymore. That'll be 110 ore. Interested?
You wanted to sell it to Whistler for 100?
Just wait. That's right. I nearly charged you too little. Of course, I meant 500.
500?
Too little? You prefer 1,000? Fine by me. Well, now that I think about it, I'd rather keep it.
Let's talk about Whistler's sword again.
You can tell him that he'll never get his sword.
What happens if I run with the sword? With the oars? Under than 10, not under than 10. He wants 1,000.
I can't get the sword. Here's your 100 ore back.
You idiot! We don't need idiots like you here. Get lost!
That's really not my problem.
Where is my save? When did I save?
There must be something about that story after all.
Wait, where is the save? How long ago is this? No, oh no, this is too far back in the past. I wanted the save scum, I completely failed. So, lesson learned, you don't get to load if you haven't saved.
Let's talk about something.
Okay. Well, you know what? It's not too far back in the past. I should be saving before every fight and dialogue. Yes, yes. I am learning. I am learning.
Show me your goods.
I mean, you know, I'm not normally not much of a save scummer, so.
There must be something about that story after all.
Same old story every time.
Some people never learn.
I should save every breath I take. Probably.
If you think
I better keep out of it. I wouldn't like to be in his shoes,
You have to
though.
watch what you tell me.
Do notice you use your 100 in both hands. Yeah, I know. I know. I read it in the manual.
It was obvious that there would be
You'll be quick saving.
You're very probably right. People always talk. Why does that happen over and over again? Keep out of it. I doubt that's ever like that.
Okay.
I'd like to buy a sword.
I have one. That'll be...
Maybe later.
Let's try this.
Fisk wants 110 ore for his sword now.
And you want me to give you the 10 ore now?
I thought you wanted to have that sword.
Here, take it. And now hurry.
As long as I'm not followed.
People always talk. I thought that had been cleared up ages ago.
I'm not listening to all that blather
I'd like to buy a...
I have one you'll like. That'll be...
Alright.
Yes, I'll take it.
You got a good deal here.
Same old story every time.
I know I did.
Don't lather so much. Yeah.
What if I keep the sword?
Let's talk
No,
about
though.
I have your sword.
Wasn't too hard, was it? Whatever. You do me a favor, and I'll do you one. If Diego should ask after you, I'll speak in your favor. Until then, have a good time.
Okay. Now, let's see. We have 200, so we can learn some more extraction techniques.
Let's talk about something else instead.
That wasn't very...
Before we do anything else.
Let's talk about something
Then I would like to hunt some more sand.
I'm not listening.
Although, there are no merchants left who can give me money. Not in this camp. I absolutely have to go to the new camp now. There is nothing left for me to do here. I cannot win the arena combat. These mountains in the distance beg for exploration. Maybe one day. Definitely not today. Good people of the Imperial City, welcome to the arena. Which game was that? It is very familiar. I am failing, my mind is failing as usual right now. Oblivion, okay. Wait, this is the wrong way. You probably don't want to go into the forest right now.
Save game.
Save game? You are right. I couldn't type. My mind was experiencing Oblivion. Yes, it's the default state.
There must be something about this.
What else can you tell me about hunting?
If you at least...
Let's learn to... Let's learn the cheap one.
Show me how to take off the claws.
We actually had this dialogue before. And... this one, I guess. I don't know. It's probably a blasphemy, but Oblivion is your favorite test game. It's understandable. It did many things very well. It also simplified a lot of things which didn't make many of the hardcore fans happy. Voice acting is the best, yes. In this game, voice acting is amazing. Oblivion is also your favorite. Which one do I want? I guess I could go for skin reptiles. So that if I go for skin reptiles, I will know everything about scavenging reptiles.
What do I have to observe while skinning reptiles?
The only reptiles suited for this purpose are lurkers and swamp sharks. If you slit the skin at the sides, it'll peel off by itself. From now on, you should be able to skin reptiles.
Now I need to earn 50 more, but that's not going to be possible in this camp. What we have to do is either explore more, but I think the paths that I haven't taken are all blocked by difficult enemies like wolves and the bees, the raptors. and the whatever they are called, the weird animals that kind of look like alligators, but they do not really slither on the ground. They walk on their 4 feet. I don't know what they're. So I cannot beat any of them, which means I cannot explore further. What I can do... Oh, I see some mole rats there. We can kill them. Crocodiles? No, they are not also... They are also not crocodiles. They are weirder. I will show you. Come on. Nice. Not bad. Not too terrible. Fat Komodo dragons, yeah. This is like Kendo. Let me show you what I mean, QP. Hey Zul, hello. How are you doing, Zul? Good to see you. Actually, I might avoid these and look around
just
a little
boosted
bit more,
Wasteland.
maybe.
New critical hits boost. Babylon Zoal just boosted Undertale. New critical hits
Wasteland.
boost. Babylon Zoal just boosted Fallout Tactics.
Undertale. Fallout Tactics. Thank you so much, Zul, for the boosts. How are you doing today? See, I'm talking about these ones. I think I can avoid them and... Hey, thank you for the contribution, meal. So more mosquitoes or dragonflies this way. See what's here. Nothing here, it connects back. Hey, Zoo!
Babylon Zoo has just shared for 100 bits. Everyone spend their points on my Troll BG3 play. Gimme, 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 I need.
Zoo, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. First of all. Second of all, I'm going to be increasing the cost, but I'm going to be extending it until next year. So I am pretty sure that challenge is going to be met, and I will get to play the game. But in a few months. I first want the game to get a couple more serious patches before I start. But it's going to happen. It's going to happen for sure. Mitral is increasing the total points to 1 million. You feel like it's less worth donating. I don't think... Wait, what do you mean it's less worth donating? I am increasing it because there is much more community interaction that I imagined there would be. I don't want it to end very quickly. You have 42.1. You know, maybe I won't increase it. I may not increase it, but I'm not going to play it as soon as the challenge conditions are met. That's for sure. I will wait a little bit more. Oh, I need to go to the seller. For 100k, you can get a Monday stream, yes. Better value for money. Well, some people want to see the Baldur's Gate 3, though. They're just snatching the carrot from people's faces. No. That's not it. I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it, but not now, because I still think the game has problems. And I still think too many people on Twitch are already playing the game. In my opinion, it's going to be better for everyone, including myself, if I play it after most of the streamers have already finished the game.
You shouldn't believe.
Thank you, everyone. Monday streams won't happen if you don't buy them. That's true.
Some people never learn.
Okay, well, I haven't talked to this guy yet. Do you need redeem for recommending a horror movie for the month of October? In October, we will spin for each game we go through. Horror movie? Or horror game? I will try to think of one and recommend one. I will try to think of a nice one. Is there a list of the ones that have already been recommended? You're up to 3.5 for your second Monday stream. A movie for every game. I don't understand what that means. You will have a link in the social section. Okay, I might have to read your description a little bit more carefully. I don't think my brain is working today well anymore.
Let's talk about something.
Our movie for the month of October. In October, we will spin for each game we go to. Okay, so every time you play a game, you're also going to watch a movie or something like that?
That's really not my problem.
Like on Discord, maybe? Movie nights? I don't think I understand it fully. My apologies.
I'd like them.
You can redeem 3k to suggest a horror game. Okay. So not a movie, a game.
Tell me more about the new camp.
Any
It's
game
the
that's
camp
okay.
where you have the most freedom with...
So...
What?
That sounds good. Alright. So movie kind of confused me there. Yeah, I will think of a game and recommend it. I cannot think of one right now. And I would have to look at what has already been recommended. Okay, let's go to the new camp.
Let's go to the new camp.
Okay, follow me.
Clock Tower. That is an adventure game, right? That hasn't been released for PC. Yeah, I definitely will do. Thanks for letting me know. Atari ET. Well, it is a horror of a different kind. I think it's generally regarded as the worst game ever made, right? You love that they escort you to the camp instead of just giving you a waypoint or vague instructions like normal. Yeah, we are going to see how this goes. Horrible, yes, not maybe. Oh, there's something here. Scariest games out there are the greediest, so let's go play Fallout 76 or Overwatch 2. Well, they are scary in their own ways, right? It is not the worst, 2600. Though it's bad. What do you think is the worst? I've never played ET, or probably I won't know what game you will mention, but I've always heard that ET is the most terrible game ever made. Pretty sure most of the trash on Steam nowadays would give ET a run for their money. You're probably right. Superman 64. I see berries. Oh, there's a sword here. Chicken. Hey dude, are we going to hunt the chicken? Star Wars Jedi Arena. Ooh. Thank you for the free experience. Good horror games are something you'd love to see personally. You don't get easily scared, you need to take some notes. Your favorite part of the game? Oh wow, we can very easily farm some experience this way. Let the guy do the thing and we will watch. And loot. E.T. gets a bad rap. Yo. No. What are you doing? Okay. I didn't even knew you could do that. See? I teach everyone new things every day. I don't know how I did that. No idea. You also didn't know. Oh. That's the mole rat. So there are places that I... No. Stop. That's my experience.
What are you...
Damn you.
You're learning fast.
Okay, we are going to explore these places later. Last time they did an E.T. marathon, they beat it like 28 times. Why would they do such a thing? E.T. marathon. Need a smart SFX. All my sound effects are smart, what do you mean? Are you insulting my already existing sound effects? Although what happens on the internet is just for the memes. I suppose so. I want to explore this place, but later. I'm scared the guy might not wait. I probably could have used this guy to pull monsters. Look at it. He's a beast. Ooh, teeth. We couldn't skin the wolf because I don't have that training yet. Fourth off. the third half. Haha! Teamwork makes the dream work, I guess that's the saying. I need lockpicks. Yet it is 99% cats. Well, it's half of the 99% is meme cats, half of the 99% is cats for money. Okay. Let's not go there.
Well, here we are. When you pass through the gate, you'll reach the new camp. Talk to Lars. He will help you. Give this to him. It's a precious ring. It's your ticket to see Lars. You need a good reason to be allowed to meet him. Well, thinking about it, I think I'll stay here for some time. I've earned enough for now, and things are heating up in the old camp. If you want, come and meet me at the bar. It's the hut out on the lake. Take care.
See you.
See ya. Okay. So let's get a save here. Let's save. New camp. And what I'm going to do is walk back to that cave. I'm not going to explore around very thoroughly.
I help you find anything? Permission to backseat.
What is it about, QP? What do you want to backseat about? Because I know you haven't played the game. Or at least I think you haven't played the game. You can play Baldur's Gate 2 in 640 by 480 resolution as well as 8 by 600 resolution. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. I really needed that information. C for the beams, yeah. Yeah. I don't know any memes though. As I was saying yesterday. I do know some memes. Oh, come on. I do know some memes, but I don't know many memes. So there were two people on the way we could talk to, as well as a cave that grabbed my interest. I like Turtles and Keyboard Cat, and that's about it. See, I don't know if I like Turtles or Keyboard Cat. I know Leroy Jenkins. That is a meme, right? Over 9,000, this is Sparta. I know over 9,000. This is Sparta is a movie. It's not a meme.
What are you doing here?
I'm a hunter. I make a living out of selling skins and teeth.
Does it pay?
If you know how to cut up the beast the right way.
Why are you taking a deep breath from where? What's happening? All your base I belong to. I know that as well. I know that as well. Somebody set us up the bomb.
I want to learn how to cut up animals.
What do you want to know?
Oh, remove for. Oh wait, this is the okay. This guy gives the same training. Okay, good to know. This guy teaches us the same thing. We don't have to go back to that guy when we are ready with the 100 ores. People used to Photoshop all your base art belong to us in strange places. To strange photos, like... I can't even think of one right now, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Do they not do it anymore? Am I too old? No, go back. Don't. Oh, come on. This isn't really. This is the most annoying thing about this game. Targeting the wrong monster and not being able to hit the one in front of you. That is very frustrating. I'm in your base killing your dudes. Pretty sure you had the internet longer than most people thanks to growing up just outside Silicon Valley. Really? You grew up outside Silicon Valley? That's so cool. So internet is basically local area network for you. You connected to the internet directly. You probably had a very fast connection too. You've been on the internet since it took 5 minutes for the 8008 to load. You had the same zip code as the internet. Verum is the internet. We all connect to him. It was slow, let's just say 15-year-old you thought it was worth the wait. Wait, you don't think it's worth the wait anymore? I remember downloading a single MP3 file for 45 minutes. Yeah. But if it wasn't available, would 5 minutes be not worth it, is what I'm asking you. We cannot open this door. Interesting. Download estimates measured in days is what you remember. Yeah, but you couldn't stay connected for days because it was dial-up, and someone at home always needed to use the phone. And there were no download managers to continue your download from where it left off. Not in the early days.
What are you doing out here?
I'm a hunter.
Suspicious,
Above
yeah.
all, I hunt scavengers.
It cannot be opened. Never had dial-up, thankfully. Yeah, you are too young. You are too young. Door is openable, probably a lockpick is needed. Okay, why are you telling me this though, VLM? Don't tell me things.
Where will I get a bow?
Here, I sell the best bows in the old camp.
As I said, I don't want help like that. Okay, let's see.
Can you teach me something about hunting?
That depends. What do you want to know?
Bow level 1, sneaking. I would like to learn sneaking. I don't know if I will use it. Let's see what
Show
it
me your
says.
goods.
You consider a fake door? No, but even if I did... Oh, this guy has ore. I mean, at the very least, use permission to backseat. Do not just tell me things. Hammer. Is this something I can sell? It happens, yeah. Not a huge deal, but, you know, at least try to be careful for next time. Farm Centerburg. Backseat. Yeah, I would like some. Hammer. You can tell me, anyone, if I should keep or sell this. Is this junk? Junk, okay.
Junk.
Let's see. I would like 50. No, I would like 48. By the way, this guy teaches for free, I think. Oh, of course, it would take skill points from me. So I'm not sure if it's worth it. Wait, do I still have the amulets? How did that happen?
March!
Hey, Stitak, hello! So many raids today. Let's, stop this timer. Mute the game. Hello, Echo Alpha. Hello, Stitak. Welcome. Welcome, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Stitak. Let's give you a shout out. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, everybody. It's great to see you all. You were streaming retro. What retro were you streaming?
Oops. Okay.
That is kind of dark. I cannot tell what that is.
I'm a bit stuck.
You are committing sin. Oh. That was an acronym, wasn't it? I don't remember what it meant. But I think that was an acronym for something. I don't remember. But yeah, I don't think I have played that game. That's Gothic in the clip. Really? That was Gothic? I couldn't tell. It was so dark. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Steve and everyone. It's great to have you here. How are you enjoying Sin? Good thing that Gothic clip did not spoil anything. I mean, it couldn't spoil because I wasn't seeing anything in the small preview window that I was watching it from. How does Sin treat you? How is it going? I think that's a first-person shooter. Maybe I might be completely wrong. I have never played the game, but I remember reading about it, I think, and seeing it. The antagonist organization in Sin is called Syntech, so you assumed it was that. Maybe. It's a fun 90s FPS. Okay. Yeah, I should take a look at your stream to see what it looks like. I had actually completely forgotten that that game existed. But yeah, everyone, go check out Stitech Gaming. He plays a lot of retro games with actual retro hardware, befitting the time period that the game was released on. It's a lot of fun. He also played Morrowind and Oblivion and all those cool games. Plays a lot of cool games. So definitely pay him a visit and give him a follow for sure. And if you are new here, I'm Mitral. I play a lot of retro games. No, I don't play a lot of retro games. Well, I happen to play a lot of retro games, but retro is not my focus. I play a lot of RPGs, and I play a lot of point-and-click adventures. But most of the good ones are old ones, so we happen to be playing a lot of retro games as well. Today we have started Gothic, and so far we are having a tough but fun time. I'm trying to learn the game, and yeah, it's going well, I think. That Gothic clip just showcased its jankiness. You seem to be stuck in some sort of construction, it looked like. I did get stuck in the terrain a lot. This is the first few hours of the game and I'm already getting stuck in places. Thankfully, there is an unstuck shortcut that they offer you, which helps a lot. Let me start the timer again. Yeah, I hope you enjoy your time and enjoyed Gothic. So, what did you think about Gothic, Steve? How did you find the game? Did you enjoy it when you played? You got stuck in some kind of structure and couldn't get out, so I had to reload. Yeah, that seems to happen a lot. The collisions are good when they give you an unstuck, but yeah. It reminds me of Ultima Online. You found it pretty rough, to be honest. It is pretty rough. It is for sure pretty rough game. Controls are not very responsive. It's clunky. UI is not amazing. There is certainly a lot of problems with it. But there are certainly a lot of good things about it too. Did you finish it or did you flush it? I need to find a pan and fire to cook the meat that I got. You finished it? Okay. Alright. Good to know. Good to know. I am enjoying it, honestly. Even with all its difficulty in controls, I'm still enjoying it. Having a good time so far. For the most part. There were a few parts where I was really frustrated. You just realized what this game reminds you of, Drakan or Road to Flame. I suppose. Oh, this is the orc camp. Bound to get frustrating sometimes. Yeah. But I think my frustration... Hey, GG, welcome. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you. I think my frustration is due in part to me not knowing the game and not knowing how it responds to your actions and not knowing exactly what to do. I don't think the game will get better, but I also don't think I will get frustrated much more because I will be getting used to what the game is, for good or for worse, for better or for worse. You have to get to work again. You want to ride Arak again. You're working at this hour? Isn't it very late for you? This game reminds you of Rune. Rune is much more action and less RPG, isn't it? From what I know. I haven't played Drakan. I haven't played Rune
you!
either.
I don't think I've seen you here before.
No wonder. I've only just got here.
Then watch out. The outside
Graphically,
world
yeah, I
is
suppose.
pretty dangerous. You're only safe inside a camp.
There was also a heavy metal FAK. I think FAKK. I think that's also like Drakan, right? It's also looked kind of these games, but maybe I'm misremembering.
Don't blather so much. Yeah.
Your focus was in melee, so put pretty much all your skill points into that. Yeah, I think melee is pretty difficult, so one wants to get better at it to have an easier time. But the game actually offers so much more. I am not sure what I'm going to be... What do you mean? What do you mean I'm not going to cook? You have to cook. You have 34 raw meats. Why are you not cooking? What's going on?
Maybe, but who cares?
There were a bunch of hack and slashes. Reckon, Nightmare Creature, Ruin, KKK2, Die by the Sword, Severance, yeah. None more RPGs, yeah. Okay, does someone know why that pan didn't function?
Don't blather so much. I'd better keep out of it.
Need the right angle. I mean, the character was making that move as if I didn't have anything suitable to use on. Pay attention to where the handle is. Are you joking or are you serious? It just didn't pan out? Okay. I guess you're serious. It happens to be the best pans. Convection dysfunction is something you should shame a pan for. I'm sorry, I just haven't seen a pan not function before. It's new to me. I didn't mean to make fun of the pan. I will be more careful. Okay, let's see. Alright, you were absolutely correct. Right hand needs to grip the handle. Okay. I didn't realize that was a necessity. By the way, did you know this is how meat is cooked? You put it down, you pick it back up. You put it down, you pick it back up. Put it down, pick it back up. Put it down, pick it back up. It's amazing. If you do it fast enough, you even dupe the item, apparently. I was warned against it. Doesn't try it other ways. Caused himself burns. Oh. How is your hand, by the way? Oh, This is how you throw things, by the way. For those who didn't know, it is control and right. They move really quickly. But every time I do that, I actually cook a different piece of meat. It's healing still. Skin's still red, but it's closed up. Nice, good to know. Good to hear that. Oh wait, I haven't been to this part. Okay, now I forgot how we came here from the new camp. I'm not sure which gates.
I doubt that's ever like there must be something about that story.
Also, that rise moved like one of those flames from Mario. Just jumped on your hand. As soon as you started backtracking, I was like, Mitchell is definitely going to forget how to get back to the camp. I mean, if I can find the gates that I entered just now, I'm not sure if it was the one that I just tried, because I saw some scavengers out there. I don't remember seeing scavengers while coming in. We were all in this when stirring the rice. I still don't know why you are stirring the rice, by the way. Why are you stirring it?
I'd better keep out of it.
What are you even stirring it in? Are you cooking it in water, submerged in water? Oh, Erasmus, nice low roll. So this is the main gate. This is not where we came here from. It sticks to the bottom of the pot once some of the water evaporates unless you stir it. I don't know, that's all pots, no non-stick stuff. I see, okay. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. If that's what you have. If you have non-stick pots, maybe stirring is the way to go. Is that a tower? There's something there. Okay, something else to explore at a later date.
New critical hits boost. 1
Hey,
by
Arena.
2 bits just boosted the Elder
No one
Scrolls.
to get me once.
Arena.
Yeah, I understand. Then it makes sense. It makes sense that you have to start. Arena. So by the way, I'm going to be starting the poll after stream today. Well, maybe not immediately after the stream, but soon after stream. And it's going to be the top 4. Unless it changes before I finish the stream. Which is not too far in the future, by the way.
New critical hits boost. Xav just boosted Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
New critical hits boost. Xav just boosted
Let's go
Knights
back.
of Pen and Paper. New critical hits boost. Xav just boosted Diablo 3.
Knights of Pen and Paper. And Diablo 3. Thank you so much for the boost, Gigi. Thank you. And also thank you for the boost 1 by 2. Wait, is that your first boost ever? I don't remember you boosting before. It might be your first boost ever. That's perfect. I'm so happy. I keep saying this every time. I'm sure people who are regularly here has heard me say this and probably quite bored of it too. But I'm very happy when someone boosts a game for the very first time. It makes me happy that someone has chosen to participate in the system. So thank you for that. Okay, I guess this is the gates that we came from, and it has to be this way. Maybe. But it cannot be this way. No, it's not this way. It's not this way. Maybe it's this way. I think it might be this way. Is this the cave? Is this the bridge with the... No, it cannot be this way. There are scavengers here that we haven't... Maybe we went here. No, we didn't go into the forest. Imagine BG3 gets to the top of the list before it gets 1 million points. It's pretty much impossible. It's pretty much impossible. If I thought that was even a remote possibility, I wouldn't have started the channel point challenge. We could do it that way, it would be faster. Impossible. Yeah, I say impossible. You think it's a possibility? Unless the community takes that as a challenge upon themselves to do it, it's not going to happen. Because there are maybe 1 or 2 people who boost Baldur's Gate 3, and that's not regularly. What if you convince everyone to vote for it once a day? Well, that would be another challenge, right? I'm saying it's impossible in the natural flow of things. If you all start doing that, you'll be putting your vote specifically to just boost all the top titles just to keep BG3 out. See, there are people who are against it as well. There's going to be a battle if that happens. Not to mention, I don't think you can convince enough people to do that. Okay, I don't know where I came from. Where the new camp is. If you wanted to watch Baldur's Gate 3, you could literally go to like 300 different streamers. Yeah, exactly. That is why I don't want to play it anytime soon. That is why I want to play it either December or January, when most of the streamers have already finished the game. Oh. Is this it? Oh, yes, this is the way. This is the way. Yeah. Okay, show me your goods.
Show me your goods.
No. $144. What I need is 129.
Can you teach me something about hunting?
That depends.
You went both ways. That
What do you
were
want
like,
to know?
Were paths like a normal person would think. Right way is always right way, unless it's what's left. It's confusing because Mordrak doesn't follow a path. He cuts across out the backs. Oh, okay. I see, yeah. Okay, I don't actually want to learn these. This is the wrong NPC. This should be the last of the scavenging skills. From this point on, as long as we hunt, we should earn money quite faster than so far.
I want to learn how to...
What do you...
How can I skin these creatures?
It's very important to skin them from the front to the back. Once you get the hang of it, it'll be easy. Furs are very valuable. The furs of wolves and shadow beasts can be used to make clothes. When you examine the fur of a killed animal, you'll soon notice if it can be used or not.
Okay, that's very good. That's very good. Now, is the last thing that we are going to do today. I'm going to find the entrance to the new camp. I'm not going to quite enter the new camp. We are going to save, and we are going to leave the rest for another stream. But I first have to find the new camp. Furs are very valuable. There is no synthetic materials, yet so furs require actual fur. Yeah.
New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Torment. Tides.
Oh, Thor boosts.
New critical
I'm going the wrong way.
boost. Thor
I think I'm going the
Obliterator
wrong
just
way.
boosted Shadowrun. Dragonfall. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Shadowrun. Hong Kong.
Torments. Oh, no returns today. Torments. Shadowrun. Dragonfall and Hong Kong. Thank you for your boosts, Thor. Much appreciated as always. Is this the path? We are supposed to come to a bridge. Yes, okay. This game is going to be weird. Maybe when I buy the maps, it's going to get easier. Hopefully. Because otherwise I will keep getting lost. Am I going the right way? I have no idea. There are monsters everywhere. I don't think I'm going the right way. No, it's certainly I'm not going the right way. Yeah. Yeah. You're lost. Okay, I haven't been here either. I should have spoken to, what's his name, the guy who wanted me to get rid of that merchants from the new camp. That's my favorite peep. I should have talked to him. Is this it? Is this a new camp? I think this is it.
Meat bag.
That wasn't very clever.
Templar?
As long as
I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the sleeper camp. I don't want to be here. Where am I? I'm completely lost now.
Meat bag.
Where am I? I have no idea. This is a dead end. So much fun on different layers. I'm glad someone is having fun.
Days pass.
I know. Okay. Okay. Let's not panic. This is fine. They are only chickens. They can't hurt us. It's dark, I know. It's night. There are bees everywhere. And wolves. And weird Komodo dragons. Fat ones. The correct way to navigate a maze is to always go the right way. But this is not a maze. Thank God you recognize the sleeper camp. You almost thought he's in the new camp. No. How am I back here? What's happening? I'm going in circles now. It's like going back there and double check. No, I don't. I didn't want to go there. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to follow the path, okay? This is very confusing. I'm terrible at navigation.
Going bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Ever since Blair Witch, I have. It is scary. Oh, that could be a game for Zool. Zool, if you are still here. The Blair Witch Project, although the games are not good at all. I think the games are very bad. The movie, however, it was very scary. Oh no! The bees have invaded here. No! Oh no! No. Hey Mason, hello. Okay, I am surrounded by weird monsters and bees. Never mind about being close. How are you, Mason? Good to see you. Where am I? Where am I? Where's the save? Okay. The bees have moved away. I am home playing Gothic. When I'm playing Gothic, I'm not me. I am the nameless one. Okay, so I know that we are supposed... Oh, maybe we have to go this way. We are successfully trying to go around the new camp through all the other places. This is where you are. Exactly. I think I found the path, though. I think I found it. Okay.
Hell.
We are here.
It's about time.
Well, thank you, Thor. Let's save new camp. And I am actually done for today. Actually done. Let's stop the timer. Timer, please stop. Timer. Okay. I hope you had fun. I had one heck of a fun time. Even when I looked frustrated.
Hydrate.
I was frustrated and I was also having fun. Hydrate. Okay, let's hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate. And thank you everyone for being here. So let's raid someone. Let's raid.
Can I help you find anything?
Permission to backseat?
Sure, what do you want to backseat? And we are going to raid Yerozi. Raid someone? Okay, that's a good idea. We are going to raid our good friend Yerozi. Thank you everyone for being here. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had fun also. Thank you so much for all the raids, crazy raids, and the gifted subs, and the cheers, all of it. The boosts, the rolls, for being here, keeping me company, helping me, chatting with me, and lurking. All of it. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Tomorrow is my off day. I will be resting. I will be back on Tuesday. Let me switch here. I will be back on Tuesday. Yes, I am unable to speak. I'm that tired. I will be back on Tuesday. We are going to start a new beginning. That is the name of a game. We are not actually starting a new beginning. That's a point-and-click adventure from Daedalic. We are going to play that game. And that looks very cool. I'm really curious and excited about that game also. And Tuesday, Wednesday, and we are going to come back to Gothic on Friday, next Friday. Before all those, I will be starting the poll today. So poll for Critical Hits game number 25. Hey, Pharma. Hello. Are you here? I can see. Oh, yeah, you were saying hi. Hello. Sorry, I'm just ending though. I'm sorry, but it's good to see you. So, check Discord for the poll. And yeah, that's about it. I'll see you next. I'll see you soon in the next stream, hopefully. If not, whenever you can come back. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.